Welcome to another exciting, explosive edition of the Colin Nation radio show. Welcome. Tonight is my Sunday night sermon. As you could call me Reverend Colin tonight. You can call me Colin Thanos. You can call me Colin Genesis. You can call me anything you want tonight. Well, I'm going to go Reverend Colin. I should have put it up there. Reverend Colin, because this is my Sunday night sermon. As I deliver a fire and brimstone, I'm going to preach fire and brimstone tonight. In a show you do not want to miss. The reason why I take a day off before I do shows, and I don't do back-to-back shows anymore, because I don't like time to think about a topic I'm going to talk about, right? You can rest assured what I'm saying, I actually believe. I don't make mistakes. Some people say, "Oh well, Kyle, are you going to retract?" No, I'm not going to retract what I said. Everything you hear me say, I absolutely mean it. Don't mean I'm always right, but that's just the way I feel and the way I see the world. But tonight we have an explosive show. Before you do that, I'd like you to hit that like button, like, share, and subscribe. Tell a friend, tell an enemy, tell somebody. College Genesis is on. Now, when you got a topic like, when you got a title like "Lies My People Tell" with the College Genesis Culture Critic, now you know it's going down tonight. You know tempers are going to flare, sparks will fly. And to be honest with you, right, this show tonight is going to offend a lot of people. It's going to piss a lot of people off. It's going to make your little small brain swirl like, man, because man, the stuff you be a saying, man, it be swirling in my head. I ain't never heard nothing like that before or whatnot. Man, you the stuff you be saying, man. I don't know what be coming out your mouth, man. But Colin, I don't know, man. You know, I be thinking all the time about you and that, man. I be on my job, man. I be sitting on the toilet taking a shit, man. And you come to my mind. I mean, goddamn, man, Colin, what is up with you, man? You know how to mess a nigga head up, you know? Folks, that's why they call me the College Genesis. That's why they call me the Culture Critic, the geopolitical pundit. That's why they also call me the Ringmaster, because I deal with a circus of deadly clowns. That's why they call me Collar Rumble, because I like to fight. They also call me Colin Thanos, the most powerful being in cyberspace. So you can call me Colin Thanos, call me Collar Rumble, Collar Genesis. You can call me Colin Thanos. You can call me anything you want to call me. I have many different titles. I wear many hats, you know. What we're going to talk about tonight is lies my people tell. And the reason why I did this show tonight is what I'm getting sick and tired of, to be honest with you, right? Even people I know or not, we believe too many lies. I'm going to deal with some tonight too. Then when people come to me, and I know it's a lie, I know it's bullshit, whatever like that, a lot of times I'll sit quiet because you want to be in it. No more of that. The reason I did this is because the other night we talked about mass incarceration, which is a lie. Mass incarceration is a lie. The criminal justice system is not targeting black men. They're not walking down, knocking on random doors and locking black men up and whatnot. It's not happening. What you have is a certain segment of black men who are committing 90% of the crimes, 90% of chaos. The majority of black men are not involved with the criminal justice system. So the criminal justice system and all stuff like that does not apply to us. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is what the liars do. The liars do. They make their issues our issue. For example, people say, why don't we have an agenda? The Crucial Black Caucus, why are we taking over by immigrants? Because the immigrants get political power. Do you ever hear anybody of black immigrant background talk about criminal justice reform? No, it's only native black people talk that. The Caribbean and immigrants that go to Congress, they're trying to be team, what's in it for my home country? How do I get my people there? Right now, they got 300,000 Haitians about to be deported, whatever like that, right? You think the Haitian community is worried about would you sentencing reform and all that nonsense? No. But Black America do not have anything legitimately to rally around, right? So therefore, in the vacuum, we let people come and hijack our community, right? Uh, uh, we got to have more DEI. Now, we tell the lie about DEI. If you look at DEI, even affirmative action, Black men never benefited from any of this. Why do we support it? Because we were told lies. We were told lies, just like we were telling lies about in the church about a God above looking down from high and whatnot, while we sit here and do the right thing and you're going to get your just reward in the afterlife. These are lies our people tell us all the time. So if you could tell somebody that to wait till the afterlife to get your just reward, you could tell them anything on this earth. Now, we say, Carl, wait about DEI. Look, if you really look at the DEI, right, when people throw in there marginalized groups, that's a vague term. When you put in things like POCs or non-heterosexual white men, that still doesn't mean that you're going to benefit from it. That means they could plug a privileged agent in there, and next thing you know, the so-called DEI quota is satisfied. So therefore, they say, well, I thought DEI was about Black people. No, there has never been any evidence, right? What's up, Rico? What's up, everybody? There has never been any damn evidence to show that affirmative action or DEI or any of stuff like that directly benefited Black America. Now, if you want to support that, that's fine. But don't tell me that the Republicans say they're going to take that away, that we got to get out there more. Just like this whole lies we're telling now about the voting thing, right? Man, the Supreme Court just took away our voting rights. That's not what happened. See, these are lies we tell. What's going to really happen is this. The Democrats always had these Black voter districts, right? Where you have like a chosen 2 Black congressional seats districts, right? That they know is going to vote Democrat no matter what. And they create these all Black districts, right? So therefore, you don't have to campaign in there or nothing. They're Democrats, and they basically are going to vote one way. And you the Democrat, the DNC appoints the person to oversee those Black districts. Take that away, and if you got some Blacks in areas where whites are and everything, and Black people like a partial out, then you could say, look, in every community, the vote is going to be sharp. Now, the Democrats say, if we do the right thing with the Black community, we can get the Black people to turn out and flip the seat. But right now, there's no incentive. So why are they running around making it seem like we lost something? It looks like Black people are going to gain from the Supreme Court ruling. So these are lies our people tell us. That's why when you look at politics in America, I can't turn on the TV, listen to Roland Martin or Swollen Fartin, whatever you want to call him. I can't listen to Barack Obama because they're telling lies. The whole Kamala campaign was a lie. Not saying I support MAGA and everything like that, but what turns Black people off is when you insult our intelligence. Yeah, Swollen Fartin. Yeah, man, careful. Rolling like he about to come across that table and knock somebody upside the head. Rolling like you want to get out there and vote. Rolling, hey, Rolling, if we want to sit home, why do we got to go out? Rolling like you better get your ass out there and vote. Rolling ready to whoop somebody's ass, man. I've been messing with Rolling. Man, he's a little roly-poly ass. Might come out there with some 52 blocks kung fu and bust you upside the head and whatnot. You go mess with Rolling, boy. He's down with those Democrats and whatnot. He got to deliver. The Democrat paid him a lot of money, so he got to deliver, And what it means is he tell more lies to us about how great the Democrats are and all stuff like this. Lies our people tell us, And I'm looking at now, man, as far as Black America is concerned, everything is a lie. I can't tell you, no one can get up there and tell me anything that we believed in, politically, socially, was the truth. We're people that's Black America is a community built around hypocrisy, lies, and hypocrisy. That's why, me personally, I said I'm on this platform for one reason, right? So when people listen to me, they listen to somebody that tells the truth, tells it like it is. I don't stick my finger out the window in the morning and see which way the wind is blowing. I'm not looking at the headlines and see what everybody's talking about. I form my opinions on research and everything. Like I said, the other night, me and Foster will talk about massacre. I don't believe that shit. I'm sorry. My research, I did one time, but I said, don't add up. If you got less than 6% of the Black male population, you have people running around here saying 1 in 3 Black men are in jail. Actually, over the last 10 years, there's actually been more Black men entering college and higher education, still skilled labor force, than it is going. The number of Black men going to jail over the last 20 years has been going down. Do they talk about that? No. So why are we on this trope that we need sentencing reform? We got mass incarceration. Look, and the bottom line is the people who's getting locked are the worst of the worst in our community. So we're supposed to just turn all these people back on the street and let them tear the community up even more? I am sick of the lies. I'm sick and tired of the lies. That's why I did the show the other day about Black women with the Pookies. That's the truth. That's the truth. The lie about the Black woman being educated and all stuff like that, the highest educated, that's a lie. I defy anybody to come up here and we'll have that debate. Lies my people tell. We are people that love lie. We take half truths, splice them up and whatnot. And what you know is, if you know something not the whole truth and everything like that, you're lying. Most people, most enrolled out of any demographic don't mean the most educated. That means that you have a lot of young Black women who enter junior college at higher numbers, because a lot of times white people don't have to go to college anymore because they got intergenerational wealth and they got opportunities beyond college and all that. And to be honest with you, the people who actually get advanced degrees are still white men, Asians, and white women. They don't have to go to college in the numbers that Black women go to. Most enrolled don't mean you're most educated. Well, you're talking to the most educated group of people in America. Are you kidding me? We tell ourselves lies all the time. So what I'm talking about tonight is we have to stop lying. We believe lies. You know when something is not a lie. Look, let me tell you something about this. There's pretty lies and there's the ugly truth. A lie, if somebody wants to give you nice things or whatnot, they want to put flowers on it and stuff like that, dress it up. That's a pretty lie. But the bottom line is the Bible says you shall know the truth and the truth will set you free. A truth is never pretty. The truth is often ugly. They call it the ugly truth. You know what the truth is? You know how you felt truth one time? When you don't know how you stand with somebody, whatever like that, and you accidentally eavesdrop on a conversation and you see the same people you thought you weren't sure, you believe that they were your friends and they're talking shit about you. And it crushes you because you're like, that's how they really feel? That's what the truth feels like. There's no doubt about it that they don't like you. They'll clown you the whole time. They're trying to do you in. They're not your friends. They're your enemies. It's clear. They can't hide it. You discovered them. That's what the truth feels like. Or, as every young man knows, right, you're walking down the street one night, and you got like a little fly Latoya. She's in the hood and whatnot. She said hi to you. She had bye one night. And you're thinking, man, I'm going to ask her. I think she likes me one night. And then one day you see Latoya. She's around the corner kissing another dude. And you back off like you didn't see it one night. But because you're on your way to her house with some flowers. And then when you get to her house down the block, you see some other dude hugging and kissing on her. That's what the ugly truth feels like. You know that she has no interest. Whatever suspicion you might have that she's with another guy is confirmed. That's the truth. That's what truth feels like. You know, there's no going around it. She does not like you. You don't have a chance with her. That's what the truth feels like. Until you get that gut reality that, damn, man, I was lied to. You know, this is not what it is. And then what you do is you take responsibility and you change your situation around. You say, I'm gonna give up on her. I'm gonna go look for somebody else. You stop being her beck and call because you know the truth is she's not into you. But as long as she basically believes that you're gonna be there and everything like that, until you saw her with that other guy, you believe it was a possibility. That's what truth does. You know, so the bottom line tonight, we're going to talk about this. Why do our community live off so many lies? You know, bypass code. Yeah. Yeah. The only reason why they kept talking about black women is to try to make black men disparage black men, like black women are more educated than black men. That's not the case. You know, that's not the case. You know, and they got this whole thing. You got these women, they go around with that most educated, right? And I'm looking at some of these women talking on TikTok, right? Especially FBA women. They're as dumb as a friggin' bag of rocks. Look, let me tell you something, folks. I know when I'm talking to somebody educated. I know when I'm talking to somebody who listens, watch a much, read a bunch of memes and YouTube videos and stuff like that, and Instagram, or for the history, or somebody that sat there like I did for years and cracked open books to learn how the world operates and learn the history of the world and how things work. I could tell the difference. So when people get online and they try to sound like they're intelligent to me, you sound foolish. You know, I know where you're going before you even step out the car. So it is what it is. Tonight we're talking about how to deal with pretty lies and how to get to the ugly truth. You know, we shall know the truth, and the truth will set free. One of the biggest lies is that we're Americans like everybody else. That is a lie. When did we become Americans? Do you know the whole idea of us becoming Americans is relatively new? You probably don't even know that. When people say, I'm an American, blah, blah, blah. Do you know prior to 1945, post World War II, no black person called themselves an American. An American was a white person of uh, English background, Anglo-Saxon English background, Yankee or Dixie. Those were Americans. You know, what they did was they called us the American Negro. That's what it was known as, America's Negro. Then James Baldwin did a book said, "I won't be your Negro." We have never been included as Americans in the sense that we're Americans identified like everybody else. We tell ourselves that right now because it's pretty awkward, right? To have 45 million people without a nationality. So we tell ourselves that. White people gave us a chance. Oh, yeah, we're all Americans. But they don't want to include you in this country, the blessings of this country. And so therefore, when black people are like, well, geez, man, why am I going through racism? Why am I? Because we were never really Americans, we were never invited. Yeah, they gave us citizenship. Like Elijah Muhammad said, they mockingly called us citizens and whatnot. But at the same time, they gave you no protections. I was watching this thing the other day. I had no idea how brutal New York State was to black people. I heard that the police would just round black men up for no reason, beat them half to death, or just as a sport. All over the country, think about it, at one time, police could pull you in for any charge, no charge, whatever like that, to question you. And part of the question interrogate is torturing you. And then what happened was in the 60s, they came out with the Miranda rights. You have the right to remain silent. Black people were one of the biggest victims of pre-Miranda America. So therefore, you had a society that did not protect black people. They said you're a citizen, but white mobs would burn down black communities all the time. So how you look at that history with a straight face and call yourself an American and be proud of that? Because we live a lie. It was all a lie. Black America is, we could say we're Americans now, 2026, but okay, it is what it is. But there's a growing number of white people who and I'm seeing it grow. It's not abating. There's a lot of white people who just don't want nothing to do with black people anymore. They want us gone. Yeah, no, that was a Haitian island Weimar. I'm talking about way back in the days. They used to crack in the 19. I'm talking about the 1920s. There was this one guy. He was a gangster before Bumpy Johnson. He killed two New York City detectives that beat him up and were gonna come and do it again because they're bringing you for interrogation. They keep you, beat you and whatnot, and what for no reason. They put this one guy in the hospital, and then they came for him again, and he killed them all and set up a nationwide manhunt for this guy. I don't know whether that was the case, but at the trial, he said, "Look, I was fearing for my life," And there's another thing is we buy this lie that we can't defend ourselves against white people. Like you got these people who tell me, "Colin, why you get so mad at this chud thing? You got to learn how to calm your temper if somebody call you N-word." I say, "Okay, can you explain why all these rappers were killed in the last 3 or 4 years? Black men will kill you in a drop of a goddamn hat for looking at them the wrong way, for saying the wrong thing. They'll blow your brains out. They'll come to your house and kick in the door. But yet these same black men who will kill you in a minute, take another black man's life, right, are telling me, oh man, we got to be patient with this Chud the Builder going around calling people the N-word and whatnot. This guy should have been laid out dead. They'd be like, oh, black people ain't gonna do that. Why not? We kill each other every day. That's what I'm telling you about the lies, Black people say we're so tough and whatnot. You're only tough when you bullying and terrorizing your own race. No, that's that Baruti. That's a lie. That is a lie. All that means is when they did the initial study, right? It just means that more and more black women were enrolled in higher education. That could be 2-year college. Most of the black women you talk about are in 2-year college or you get their bachelor's, and something like that. Sometimes they may take 20 years to get a PhD, professional students. Yeah. Look, the bottom line is this. That's because a lot of these black women don't go into the labor force, They'll spend their 20s and their 30s getting education because they're getting grants and whatnot. And most black women also, Baruti, have the highest number of student loan debt. They put themselves in. So you took out these loans for student loans. You got $150,000 student loan. Stacey Abrams, right? The hippopotamus was basically spent her whole life in academics with that. She is like still $300,000 in student loan debt. So she's trying to get a Democratic Party to pay for her student loan debt. $300,000 she owes in student loan debt. A lot of these black women are in student loan debt. If they say, "Yeah, I got a college degree," run from them like you would a rattlesnake. Because by the time you marry her and whatnot, her debt becomes your debt. So it's not all cracked up to be, So it is what it is, Yeah, well, yeah, I know. He's going around. The one guy he was with, he said, and the guy was, I guess, the word. What's getting outed right now? The so-called black friend, because evidently Chud got black friends, right? And he goes and do that stuff around them, and they're like, "Oh, Chud," and I'm saying to myself, man, that's the problem. That is a problem right there. You got these black guys out there that got white friends. They hang out in white spaces, dating white girls, whatnot. They don't want to be perceived as, and when somebody say you chipping out, that's what's called tone policing. Your emotion policing. So in other words, basically, you call somebody something, they react on it. You say, "Oh, you can't act like that. You gotta act like this." You have no right to tell somebody how to act, respond to you, your disrespect. That's called tone policing. Yeah, I know, and I bet you any amount of money, a lot of those guys are black immigrants, But to his audience, they don't know the difference. I know for a fact of the matter is this. If that was in New York, that dude would be dead. Black men have a history of killing white men in arguments over beefs, whatever like that in New York. It goes back to the gangster era. Black men, and also a lot of times in New York, you go and you got black people on the juries, you got black people in the district attorney's office, black people like that. So it's not the same thing. This guy Chud knows that he's in the South or not. The prosecutors, everything's gonna be in his favor, but he's not gonna come to an area where there's large numbers of black people that like Baltimore or New York or Philly and do that stuff. He's not gonna do that because he'll get his wig pushed back. He knows that those black people are thinking about, man, if I touch this guy, man, I could go to jail for the rest of my life. New York, you do something like that, what he's doing, you get killed, the police will be like, probably won't even investigate, Yeah, well, the thing is, where he's at, Tuber, I don't think that'll happen. He chooses his area very carefully. He's in that Nashville area, right? And those guys are soft. Some type of black guys down there are soft. Most of those guys down there are chasing white girls and stuff like that, like Austin, Texas type, They're down there chasing white girls and whatnot, those type of black men, right? And like he sees a black guy with a white girl, he'll start calling her mud shark and all stuff like that. And these guys won't even defend the girl you with. And then people are, oh man, Carla, sometimes you gotta let it go. But at the same time, right? I've seen so many cases where dudes look at each other wrong in a fucking 7-Eleven and the gats are coming out. Blip, 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 bop, bop, bop. Every day. Every day the gats are coming out over a simple fucking argument. You said something, the wrong thing on social media, the gats are coming out. I've seen it. But yeah, you want me to tell me that Chud the Builder, oh man, Colin, we gotta get past this. Don't let that trick. No, I'm sorry. If I'm gonna shoot somebody and kill somebody, I'd rather kill someone of them than one of my own people. The same black men who talk like that think nothing of putting another black man in the damn ground. Why they telling you, so nigger's just a word. Okay, well, somebody call you a bitch ass nigga, whatever like that, you ready to kill him. Somebody call you a punk, a bitch ass nigga, a motherfucker, and whatnot, you ready to put them motherfuckers in the ground. But a white man says it to you when suddenly you got to be the bigger man, and all stuff like that, so it is what it is, Brody, let me put it to you like this. When I say America, there's three Americas, right? Three Americas. Black America is in captivity to white America. That's why they call us the American Negro, or African American, right? We're not Americans, period. An American, period, is a white person. When somebody says an American, period, like, that's a white person. Everybody else is hyphenated, or some nuance, or some. We got to explain a little longer. You understand that, Brody? iTuber says, sometimes you get so much infamy that the bad dude seeks you out. They said the same thing about Kirk on debating young kids. Yeah, Charlie Kirk was a punk. He debating young kids. He's somebody that I could tell when you got college kids don't have life experience, and he says something slick, they can't answer him, whatever, and they go, okay, whatever, like that. And he thinks he won a debate. And so therefore, like I said, I would always defy anybody if they want to debate something, a topic. You come to somebody like College Genesis. If you don't know who I am, whatever like that, or people like, yeah, well, we got this guy. People, look, people, there's no real debates being going on. People have their confirmation chambers that they do and whatnot. And then when they do debate somebody black, it's like, okay, let me go debate this motherfucker right here. How you going to debate people and you don't check out their credentials first? Does the person know what he's talking about? What's the topic? They know what he's talking about. So they walk away from a debate like, oh, I really tore this black guy up. But who was the black guy you was debating? So it is what it is. Charlie Kirk never had a real debate with anybody. He never had any real debate with anybody. Because anyway, I looked at this motherfucker. I was waiting one day that he comes to my area. I was going to roll up on him and I'll light him on fire. Look, I had a special how to destroy somebody like Charlie. Look, I would destroy that dude. And so, man, any one of these racist white people, they're so easy to destroy. Because when you talk about a debate, what you got to do is get rid of their lies first. You got to get rid of their premise. People always debate somebody and they let them have their premise. What that does is saying their initial argument is correct. When you take their premise away from them, the reason why they come in you for an argument, they got nothing to stand on. For example, if Charlie Kirk comes to me and says, well, look at the problem in the black community. You know what I'm saying? Well, Mr. Kirk, with all due respect, I'm an advocate for the white community. I'm really concerned about the rising number of poverty in white America, the rising number of people dying from heroin overdose, the rising number of white people on food stamps, the rising number of white homeless people. Are we going to do something about that? Well. I said, why? So you're supposed to be about America. Why are you leaving white people? Don't they count? Don't white lives matter? Then I'll come up with a nice white lives matter shirt. White lives matter. Let's talk about white children being preyed on by white males. So you take their prey, you put them on the defensive. That's an old college Genesis tactic. Why I always win debates. You put them on the defensive, make them start defending stuff, whatnot, and then you tear down their argument. You don't sit there and debate his nonsense and everything like that. That's what you do. So the bottom line is, even though Charlie Kirk was this, people listened to him. Oh, he was a brilliant debater and whatnot. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? That guy was a freaking moron. You never had anything good to say about your own female ethnicity. What are you talking about, Brody? What are you talking about, Brody? What's there good to say? What's good to say? What's good to say? I mean, Black America is in a fucking mess, and Black women are the ones in charge. What can I say? A lot of Black women out here. Look, the number of Black women I'm seeing now who will confess. 20 years ago, 30 years ago, it was almost rare. This is how our community was back in the days, right? We were real people. Most Black people did not interracial dating. We didn't watch white shows. It was like we were a people. The number of Black women I'm seeing now that said they dated a white guy, that means they slept with a white guy and stuff like that, that is disgusting. That is disgusting. That means we're no longer a people. We don't have a woman anymore. So when you say my own female ethnicity, that doesn't exist anymore, Brody. When the Black woman comes back to the Black man and we start doing right again, then we can have a community. Right now, the Black woman's out there. She's with the streets culture, like the Megan Thee Stallions, all these other people like that, or she's chasing after fucking these white boy brads. We don't have a woman. Can you look up Play a Trail for South 2 Black Power? I'm curious thoughts about. No, well, what you gotta do is you gotta come up here and you guys show me. If you want me to play something, you show me. I don't go reaching or searching for nothing that got on my show. And people can't take the time to call my show and then put a link in the back chat where I can play it, I'm not gonna do it. Simple as that. You know, we don't believe blacks are Americans. What, Broody, are you fucking stupid? I said we're not Americans in the sense that an American is a European, early European settler. Black people were once called American Negroes or African Americans or something like that, or Black Americans. When you say American, period, that means the Star Spangled Banner, the American Renaissance, all stuff like that. That means the removal of the red man and I believe in white supremacy and all this stuff like that. The white man's land and whatnot. I'm not fucking white. The fuck I care about being American for? I don't benefit from the system. And I'm not gonna lie to myself and tell them I do. I don't give two shits about the American. As long as I got my shit together, right? I get my piece of the country, whatever we have. I urge every black man out there, all you people out there, get your fucking paper. That's all I can fucking tell you. Get your damn paper. We don't give a fuck about calling ourselves American. One day God will bless us with our own land. How about that, Rudy? Until then, we just get here and do what the hell we got to do. I'm not trying to be an American. Yeah, the hoochie mama whole culture got to go. I'm sorry. I hurt people's feelings, but I gotta tell the truth. That ain't going nowhere. The worst part of the hoochie mama whole culture is the fact that now I don't know, and to be honest with you, I don't know even in so-called Pan-African circles, right? I don't know if I'm talking to a Pan-African hood rat nowadays. All this. I do not like Pookie hood rat culture. I do not like it. I'm sorry. My word and message should not have to compete with a fucking Umar Johnson. All these clowns out there because they can spend time. They can spend time on YouTube and all this stuff all day because they got a woman working, holding them down, whatnot, or women sending them money and everything like that. I don't have that advantage. Shut up, baby Rodriguez. Be quiet. Are you a hood rat, baby Rodriguez? Are you a hood rat? Yeah, I know FBA's got a lot of hood rats. So it is what it is. We keep telling ourselves lies. Lies, lies, lies. The Culture Critic is talking about lies tonight. We believe lies all the time. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. People say, oh, man, in mass incarceration. No. We need more Negroes to get locked up. We need more Negroes off the damn streets. We need to stop playing games with people and whatnot. We need to expand the death penalty, to tell you the truth. So I don't give a goddamn about no. Look, I told Mufasa the other night. Why? How is that my fucking issue? Well, somebody in jail. No, I don't know anybody in jail. So again, how the fuck is that my issue? I'm sick of people dumping their bullshit on my lap. Come on, deal with this, scholar. Mass incarceration and all that criminal. That's not my fucking issue. Well, you can. Yeah, there's a possibility I get caught up in some shit. Anything's possible in this world. But I'm not gonna live my life around. I'm not gonna make that the center of my fucking life. Oh, we gotta talk about because other people are making progress. The Caribbeans, the Latinos, all the other people are building. They're getting what they want. What are we sitting around? We're sitting around worrying about what happens to fucking people who can't stay out of goddamn jail. Well, I don't know. There's this one lady that's in Liberia right now. She's a miracle Liberian lady, right? She's tough, but she don't like Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. She's a tough lady. But my whole thing is this. People in Liberia, they always say to me, man, if you was Liberian, you could be president. That's what they say to me, right? But I know for a fact of the matter is, they will never let that happen because if that was the case, Emmanuel, what's his name? Cummings wouldn't have won the last election. That man was so educated and whatnot. He was. They started spreading rumors around he was gay and all kinds of stuff like that. And he would have won, but because of his background, he's an American Liberian, he didn't have a chance. That's just the way it is, That's the way it is in Liberia. That's why I said, I care about the country, the history, and everything. But at some point in time, I got to take my hands off the country and just let it go. It is what it is. But as far as like you asked, would there be a American Liberian? You know, I seriously doubt it. These Liberians, you got to say something, Rico, how this works, right? Who asked me a question, Ja? You got to know how this things work, right? It's what the American Liberians symbolize. What that symbolize is another group of black people that built a civilization. Because you go to Liberia, it's clearly an American Liberian experiment. The way the cities are laid out, everything like that. The native people had to adjust to a civilization and country that was imposed upon them. So therefore, even though they benefit from it because the government and everything like that was created by the American Liberians, they don't want to acknowledge their existence. So they're in a catch-22. So it is what it is. And so, like I said, you're an American Liberian in Liberia. If you stand out too much, you're in danger, Calling my debates, interrupting, over talking others. What are you talking about, Rudy? You can come up here and I can debate you. Can I ask you a question? In order for it rudely, comments, he's bootleg behave. Why don't you come up here and debate me then, Rudy? Why don't you come up here and debate me, So it is what it is. So it is what it is. So, like I said, you got a guy running around the country named Yeke Kolaba, right? This man threatened to delete the president, and he's saying he's going to Grand Boss and everything to gather his army. How the hell? And I'm saying to myself, I cannot, in a good faith, tell Black Americans to move to Liberia. I cannot do it. Because let me tell you something, right? When it comes to Africa and whatnot, any African country at any time could go up in flames. See what's happening in South Africa? That could be any country in Africa. For some reason, there's a low threshold in Africans where they could easily devolve into savagery and uncivilized behavior and whatnot on a scale that disrupts the country. Say what you about with Black America, the infrastructure here and the system here is in place where you can have a disturbance, whatever like that, but things go back to normal, How do Native Liberians see a connection between Black Americans? That's a good question. Now, they do, but you got to understand something. The Native Liberians, right? What saves them is the fact that when Native Liberians love Black American culture, and they love in the lot of culture that they have in Liberia is American Liberian culture, right? But it's like this is what it is, Ja. You go there and you go to any Liberian house, right? You can't, unless they say who they are, you can't tell who's American Liberian and who's this because they both have the same lifestyle. They all have the same lifestyle, school, education. They all talk about the AME church. They all talk about coming to America and all these things like that. So there's not really much of a difference between the two, and Black America is like our culture, music, everything. It pretty much dominates the scene over there, So in that regard, a lot of Liberians see the whole history now, and they connect American Liberians with Black America and the Pan-African struggle for the most part. Like a lot of Liberians, you got Prophet Key and all them. They basically believe now. There's a lot of Native Liberians are starting to believe that the American Liberians were the Israelites, and that Liberia is a chosen land, the land of God, all the stuff like that, that the Black Americans and American Liberians are bringing God's bringing God, Temple of God to Liberia and all stuff. So that thing's changing, things changing on that level, at least in the Liberian Christian and Muslim community, I heard that they get disappointed with us because it shows, yeah. Well, a lot of people for years, a lot of people have been talking bad about Liberia to the point where we've overlooked that country. We overlooked Liberia and stuff like that. But I tell people all the time, I would love to make Liberia like a base, but I'm still concerned a little bit about some of these characters in the country. Yeah, some of these characters in the country. I'm really, like this. You know. Look, Liberians actually look better, Baby Rodriguez. You know, the average black woman in America look like Missy Elliott. Come on, you know. So you got black American women like they'll like Leslie Jones and whatnot. What are you talking about? Liberians be some fine ass women, man. Shit. But pretty lies we tell ourselves, right? That lie about we're American, that lie. I'm not delusional. I'm just telling you the truth. The lies that we're Americans like everybody else. It's not even so much as you could call yourself American too, right? But when somebody that's a real American pop up and do real American things like Donald Trump, his war with Iran is an American thing. Let's be honest with ourselves. That's an American president. You can't deny that, right? You can't call yourself an American and you're at the same time you're opposed to everything this country stands for. And I think 9/11 really showed for the first time what this is all about. There's a large number of people who live here, but you know how many people took the side of the terrorists during 9/11? We shouldn't go to war with Afghanistan and stuff like that. If a country's attacked, they have a right to retaliate how they seem fit. And the president said, we got to attack Afghanistan, and we got to attack. What do you say the axis of evil was? Well, no, I don't know why he said that, but actually wasn't in Afghanistan. But after he was done with Afghanistan, the president, duly elected president of the United States, George W. Bush, said the axis of evil was Iran, Iraq, and North Korea. That's it. Now, if you're an American, you just get on board and say, yes, I agree with that. Simple as that. There's no, well, what did North Koreans ever do? No, you can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. You can't be like, well, I don't agree with that. Well, you got black people out here now. I'm an American, but I'm siding with Iran. You can't do that. It don't work like that, and that's why nobody takes black people seriously. If you say, something, I'm a conscious objector, I'm not an American, I'm a minority group here, like I do, right? What America does is own business. That don't mean I support it, whatever, like that. I don't have to, right? I'm a U.S. citizen. I'm not an American. I'm a U.S. national, but I'm not an American. Then you got some grace. But you can't be friggin' out there waving the American flag on 4th of July. Some of y'all can't wait till the 4th of July, your 250th birthday. Y'all gonna be eating some ribs and hot dogs and shooting your fireworks or whatnot. You're American or not. But what comes along with it is supporting American policies. And a lot of black people don't want to do that. Can we tell ourselves lies all the time that we're Americans? No, we're not. We don't love this country the way white people do. Let's stop lying to ourselves, I admit that I would never, with a debate against you, conversation, engage. The weight of your knowledge is too awesome, overwhelming. I think you're trying to be sarcastic and funny, Brody. But you can come up here. I can let you. Hold on. I always have a stopwatch. I can let you. I give you 5 minutes to say whatever you want, and then I can rebut it, and then you could counter rebut, and then I'll give a conclusion. You want to do it like that? We can. I won't talk over you nothing. I'll mute myself, give you 5 minutes to state your case, and whatnot, and I'll take 3 minutes to rebut you, and I'll come back and you have another 5 minutes, and just give me 3 minutes to rebut that. How about that? I mean, come on, you're spoiling for debate. Let's do it. You know. So it is what it is. Bebe Rodriguez, the fun never ends, man. The fun never friggin' stops. The fun never stops. Bebe Rodriguez, she's been she's been sucking on lies since her bottle. What you go when Bebe Rodriguez was a baby, on her bottle and whatnot in her crib, on the bottle says lies and whatnot. Her mom giving that bottle lies and whatnot. Her formula lies and whatnot. Her food that she eat lies and whatnot. And so there are people that live on lies their whole goddamn life. And now her at 50 years old is in here telling us how American she is. Lies, lies, lies. Keep telling yourself lies and whatnot. People. That's why I said all you pro-American Negroes. Elvis. Elvis, what a joke. Elvis needs to worry about his own country and shit like that, of Liberia. This is what he needs to be worried about. What Diane Samir is doing, like, all these shows on the Sahel, I don't give two shit. Like I said, I said this last night on a conference call, right? I don't give two shits about the Sahel, whatever. I hope it turned out well and everything. But what does that got to do with me? I really, let's be honest with ourselves. Black America, what do we gain if the Sahel goes up or down? These people for the last 60 years have never invited us to come and build. We should have an infrastructure on the continent. We should have millionaires and billionaires and all these things on the African continent. We should have in other words, we should have a stake in the continent. We should have interest in the continent, right? But we have nothing. We have nothing to friggin' say, man, we got to do this because we might lose this. We have nothing to gain or lose in any of these countries. Isn't that sad? So don't come to me telling me I got to be worried about fucking what happens to any one of these countries. Well, I don't got a stake in none of these countries. My people don't have a stake in any of these countries. I'm sick of living lies and whatnot. The African lies, Do we want that as a collective? No, this is what it usually means, Bruce Leroy. And listen to this very carefully. The Jews have things like the World Jewish Congress, right? They got the B'nai B'rith. Not every Jew belongs to it, but Jews support it. They got the Anti-Defamation League, Jewish Defense Organization, Jewish Defense League. All these things that work on the behalf of Jews that most Jews don't want to be bothered with, but they'll send donations, support, and stuff like that. These organizations function as a machine. They got Jewish property interests all over the world and everything. So therefore, they look out for Jews all over the world. Jews have banks, everything throughout the globe. Not every Jew can participate in that, but they support it. Black men in America ain't got shit in Africa. Nothing. No land, no nothing. That don't mean everybody got to be part of it, but you got psychologically that unifies people. Look, yeah, our people own this, we're not. Our people own this. Stuff like that. You could probably own shares of stock or whatever, make a donation, whatever. You want to be part of something. We have absolutely nothing tangible in Africa for ourselves. Well, that's true. The truth is, yeah, we don't have nothing to gain from Africa. We have nothing, nothing, absolutely nothing. We don't own an oil block or nothing. Even the Africans gave a Black American consortium. We could take that as a victory. Not even one Black American consortium or business group have anything. So, like I said, it is. But the Lebanese do. The Turks do, and all these other people do. All these people got millions of dollars tied up in Africa and businesses throughout the continent, farms, every industrial farms, commercial farms, everything. Black man in America in the West, the slave descendant, have nothing in his ancestral homeland. Nothing. The only thing we ever had was the Republic of Liberia at one time. That's it. And we lost that. So miss me all this fucking Africa bullshit, you know? He's like, ooh, color, you know? It's not even about investing. We should have holdings, you know? They invest. People like Bruce Leroy don't fucking get it. Well, then again, I was stupid like him one time too. It's bigger than that, you know? These people got high level. Before you can invest in a country, it takes like you 10 years to build the sort of connections, political connections, diplomatic connections to make that, facilitate that. For example, when a group of people come and really listen to this and listen very carefully, right? So I'm assuming you're a young man, you're ambitious and whatnot. I can tell I'm talking to a young man. I know you're not any age right now. You're still young and wet and naive, wet behind the ear. When a group of people, race or whatever nationality, comes to a country, right? You know, comes to a country. They, first of all, they broker it between two governments. And then what they do is this: they'll have one anchor company. Like the Indians had this one group, the Patals, right? The Patals were a big, yeah, I know you're in your 30s. I could tell. You know, you're young. I could tell. Trust me, you haven't had lived experience yet. They'll have an anchor group called the Patals. They'll do something major there. Boom, boom, boom. Then they'll have a secondary group of people, right? Now the Patel is the flagship. That's what they're connected with maybe the Indian government and diplomatic channels and all stuff like that, right? Then what you call it, before you can talk about ownership, these things got to be in place. Then they basically bring in secondary businesses, supply chains, something like things like supply chains and stuff like all these things that facilitate business, right? Then the third tier is entertainment and stuff like that. These are the people that bring in restaurants. You know, they bring in restaurants, they own hotels, they do stuff like that. They have things like gas stations, stuff like that. But so you have a whole functioning machine of Indians, right, from the top level that work in cooperation with each other. But the main event, it may be Patel Steel. I see it right there in Liberia. Sim Darby is a Malaysian, actually. RCL Metal, right, is an Indian iron ore company in Liberia. When RCL Metal came there, right, guess what followed them? Indian-owned hotels, Indian-owned grocery stores. They all operate together to keep the money flowing with each other. Then you got Indian-owned law firms, accounting firms. All that's how you build a community, you know. And those governments like this, it ain't about asking for a handout. That's diplomacy. The government of Liberia is getting jobs and revenue and stuff like that. The Indians are given another place to operate business. And at the same time, the Indians are also a lot of them got their import license. They're importing rice to the local market. They got supermarkets and supermarket chains in Liberia. I watch it. You know, if you don't have something strong like a government backing you on that high level, they'll say, "This is our plan right here. RCL Metal's gonna come in, but we got all these other businesses that's gonna follow them." You know, I say that's the problem. We're not a nation. That now you got it. We're not a fucking nation. That's the problem. You ain't gonna do shit in Africa unless you have a nation. As simple as that. And I'm sick of lying to people thinking Black America is gonna do something in Africa. No. The bottom line, they look at you like you're crazy. They know that the government of Liberia is not gonna make sure that the Indians' investment is thing because they got diplomatic relations, you know? It ain't excuses, bro. That's just reality, bro. You know, you don't need a government. Okay. Oh, yeah. Keep doing what you're going to do. You know, keep doing what you're doing. Because I used to think like you. I was stupid one time too. You ain't doing shit in this world until you have a government and you can back up what you're saying. You can protect your interests. Now, if something happens in Liberia, the Indian government could come there. And also, the Indian government, the city buses in Monrovia, like 20 of them were donated by the government of India. What do you think that was for? You think that was dope because they liked it? That was goodwill because Indians are now moved into Liberia. You ain't got nothing to give, nothing like that. They gave 20 buses. Now Liberia's painting them and put the friggin' put the damn put the damn their own name on them and stuff like that. They did all stuff like that. Now it's called Liberia LTA, Liberia Transit Authority. They put the red, white, and blue Liberian emblems on them and whatnot, the Lone Star, whatever. But the bottom line is this: that was goodwill, a goodwill gesture. You ain't got no goodwill gesture, Bruce Leroy. All your typical Pan Africans got hopes and dreams, and when you go to Africa, they give you grace because they know you mean well, but they aren't gonna talk to you, right? They're gonna talk to the Chinese. They're gonna talk to the Turks, the Lebanese. You ain't got no money, you ain't got no damn finance, Negro. Please, Lord have mercy, man. Like I said, they call me the ringmaster because I deal with a circus of deadly clowns. About some economic thing, man. Negro, stop. 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 What are you gonna do? Take up a collection? You gonna go over there with $10,000, Bruce Leroy? Yeah, that'll get you far. You bring your $10,000 over there. Talk about you want to play with the big boys now. See what happens. So it is what it is. They call me the ringmaster because I deal with a circus of deadly clowns. I deal with a circus of deadly clowns, ringmaster. You know. So it is what it is. Tonight's show, lies my people tell. Oh yeah, go bring your $10,000 over there, man. Do some real investing, man. Take your $10,000 over there, bro. Shut up, Tandria. Before I put you on a boat to Africa, we have a circus of deadly clowns. Whatnot, I don't know how to put it. It's hilarious. So I put the link in the chat room. Anybody wants to talk about something? You can call in and whatnot. Lies my people tell. Like I said, everything we do in Black America for the most part is a lie. We lie so much, man. It's like you got Negroes running around talking about their copper colored Indians. They be black as the ace of spades. Talking about that copper colored Indian. Like I said, lies, and the people sit there. Lies how people tell themselves, we got copper colored indigenous, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, okay, yeah. Lies our people tell. Believe everything. I heard a story where one of these copper colored indigenous types said, the white man came over here and stole our land, right? And he asked him, well, How did you learn how to speak English, right? Well, we taught them English, right? And then they named their country England. Okay, so, and then they say, well, I don't see no slave ships, right? Let's say, and you ask them, you ever heard of the Spanish Armada? You know that exists. Those are the powerful navies in the world history, right? But you don't see them around, right? But you know they were there. The ships that brought the Europeans over here, where they magically came over here. So the whole thing is, they say they were already here because they don't see no slave ships, right? But the boats that brought the Europeans aren't there either. So the Europeans were already here. No, they came here. Well, how did they get here? Could it be the Europeans were indigenous? Because I can't find the boats for them either. See, they tell themselves so many lies all the time. Now, whatever happened to that lady Copeland? She calls in one night. I'm an educated black woman. Anytime a woman tells me she's an educated black woman, I run in the other direction. You know, 'Cause I know I'm gonna hear a bunch of pseudo shit, and they always think that is I'm the type of black man that's gonna let them spew their pseudo nonsense and get away with it. I'm not. Collar, you have a stupid non-point. What are you talking about? We definitely not rusty, musty color. Look, bottom line, Tandria, you and Gabrielle Sadiq could be twins. I seen your picture. Precious. Y'all can go for twins. Y'all can go for twins. So it is what it is. You ain't no damn copper colored. You're copper colored. Yeah, motherfucker be looking like fucking Flavor Flav talking about I'm copper colored. Well, let's have some fun tonight. Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. Because I found a few copper colored Negroes. let's talk. Let's see what they talk about. Negroes, Negro, copper colored Negroes. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see all the copper colored Negroes. Where was this? Let's see some. We're gonna see some copper colored Negroes in a second, folks. We're gonna see some copper colored Negroes. You know. Copper colored Negroes. Let's look at some copper colored Negroes here. Let's look at some copper colored Negroes. There we go. Those are copper colored Negroes. Tandria, there's your brother right there. He's throwing you a kiss. Oh, man. So, copper colored Negroes, Let's see some more copper colored Negro. Oh, there you go. A nice copper colored Negro, Well, her teeth look copper colored. Look, right there. More copper colored Negroes. Look, we was Aztecs, we was Kings, we were Jews, we were Vikings. These are all my copper colored Negroes, you know. Another fine copper colored Negro, you know. Another fine copper colored Negro, you know. So so it is what it is, you know. What can I say, you know? What can I say, you know? What can I say? What can I say? All right. You see some more copper colored Negroes? You know, I love it. I love my copper colored Negroes. All right, folks, we're gonna see some more copper colored Negroes in a second. Copper colored Negroes, why not, you know? Copper colored Negroes. No, those are your pretendians. Those are all your copper colored American Negroes. You know? We're gonna see some more copper colored Negroes in a second. Wait till this thing comes up. All right, let's see some more copper colored Negroes. See, notice the thing, right? A black Negro looks in the mirror and imagines himself to be a copper colored Aboriginal Native American. Typical, right? You know, that's what you are on the left. That's what you want to be when you look in the mirror. What you call a copper colored wannabe Negro. So it is what it is. I'm just trying to get you people to come back to reality, right? Come back to reality, you know? I'm sick and tired of lies, you know? My people telling lies, you know, tonight. Excuse my cough, folks. No wonder his hose got ran. But what are you talking about, Tandria? Tandria, I already gave you a compliment. I said you and Precious are like twins. Y'all can go for twins. I seen you on TikTok, Tandria. You know, man, you like you could make some potato salad, fry up some chicken, you know, some cornbread and whatnot. You like you could throw down in the kitchen. Now, come on, Tandria. That's not a nice thing to say. It's not a nice thing to say. Yeah, you're about to check. This guy's about to check. I ain't about to check nothing. I got a cough. That's all. No, I got bronchitis. I get this every time of year. I got bronchitis. Yeah, you know, I got bronchitis. You know, actually, it wasn't even. I wasn't even coughing today. I think I start coughing when I get upset. Every time I get to sit down and do a show, and I get angry. When I get angry, I start coughing. I noticed that. Today, I wasn't coughing all day today. I don't eat bush meat, Andrea, but you can cook some good food and whatnot. And you're a big girl. You like to cook some food. you know, but Black America is like I said, because like I said, I know Africans lie, man, but Black America has a propensity for lying. How can you gonna fight the white man and whatnot, and you can't even get your story straight? It is what it is. You can't even get your story straight about who you are. You got people in the chat room talking about that copper colored indigenous. You got people talking about they're Chinese. Yeah, we were the original Vikings. We were the original Aztecs. We were the Olmecs and whatnot. We tell us a lot. I hate when I'm sitting down with somebody that I think is intelligent. When I sit down talking, we're talking big black politics, right? And then motherfucker just crack on me like after he got me all, yeah, but see, we're the original people of the earth, man. See, we were here 10 million years ago in America. I'm like, oh shit, nigga. You just wasting my time for an hour and now you gonna throw that shit on me? That we were here 10 million years ago in America. We was in Detroit and Harlem 10 million years ago before the white man came and whatnot, Like I said, it's just insane, And what it is just outright lies, outright lies. And then I realized, folks, look, most of our esteemed scholars were liars. Really, I'm sorry. I'd rather have the debate with anybody tonight. Most of our historians and scholars were liars. They weren't just giving you misinformation and whatnot. I understand why they did it. They wanted us to feel better about ourselves. They told us we built this, we built that. Niggas were kings and queens, man. We built pyramids. We did this. We civilized Europe and one of those kind of stupid shit. It lies. Lies. We taught the world math and all this kind of stupid shit. It lies. Absolute lies. I'm sorry. And when you know the truth will set you free. It was Nakmeezy. What the heck does Nakmeezy want tonight? Is he gonna try to debunk what I'm saying? That we've been living on lies and whatnot? Or do you think we were living in the truth? I think Nakmeezy living in delusion. But nevertheless, let me hear what Nakmeezy has to say. All right, step right up, step right up. All right, Nakmeezy, you're up.
What's up, brother? Why you always give me these shitty ass intros, man?
Well, I said I introduced you. I said Nakmeezy's up.
Nah, nah, nah. Are you
You think I'm
salty
taking
because I
shots?
cooked your last show?
Oh, man,
You
you ain't
salty
cooking
because I
nothing, man.
cooked your ass every time, bro.
Yeah, look, yeah, Nak. What you do is this: you be having like two different discussions, right? You argue over what you think or you want me to say, and you think I said right. I don't clarify it, right? But I walk away from you like, yeah, you made your point. But if I tell you that's not my premise, you didn't win anything. Only
You
I
like
know
being
what my
conveniently
premise is.
ambiguous.
Hold
You
on.
like being ambiguous.
Only I know what my premise is. If I say that's not my premise, then that's the debate's over with. But
Well, tonight I agree with you with the copper colored nonsense. I don't believe that we're old mechs and Indians and all. We were useful tools for those Indian enslavers, some of which were part of the five so-called civilized tribes.
yeah,
Just because you were owned by Indians doesn't make you an Indian. You may have Native American admixture, just like I have European admixture, doesn't make me a European. I'm Native American, doesn't make me a Native American. A majority have African uh, DNA. I'm not an African. I'm of African descent. I'm a proud Black
well, that's why
American. That's just the honesty.
I just told St. James that last night on the conference call. I said, well, honestly, I'm not an African, right? He goes, how dare you say that, Carl? I said, look, man, I would love to be like this, but I'm gonna tell you the truth, right? I'm gonna tell you why, right? And because you have to understand, I'm giving you respect, right? An African can live in the world, right? Let's say tomorrow, all throughout Africa, no more electricity, right? Whatever happened, no more electricity. They say, okay, we're not gonna have electricity for 3 years, right? The African could adjust to that shit and like and be like, okay, we were here before electricity, whatever like that. It's a luxury anyway. I said, me personally, I cannot live like that. I'll die. I said the African could work, could go for like 3 weeks and not have no money coming in and use, have to be dependent on other people for meals. And he might get a job after 6 months for $30 a month and he's happy. I can't do that, right? And because like when I'm in Liberia, and sometimes, and I think Liberia's electricity is better than most of West Africa, to tell you the truth, because there's a small population. Anyway, when power goes down, right? And I was like, man, I gotta find another country in West Africa. They're like, it's all over West Africa. Power, that's all West Africa. They tell me power failure and stuff like that is a. I said, man, she goes, it's Africa. Everything I keep hearing is, well, it's Africa. You keep expecting
Mm,
America. And I'm saying to myself, you know, maybe I'm not fucking African. That's what it means. It means I got to deal with these situations, man. Like, I'm African descent, right? But
right.
culturally, I am not an African. I'm just not. If I was an
That's what I've
African,
been telling you for years, brother.
but my whole thing was, I always assumed, right, that we as Black people are all on the same page. We all want infrastructure. That's why we created Black African Infrastructure. I assumed that Africans would say, you know something, and also now I had a debate with St. James last night. I said, well, what's the problem in what he well, it's the white man. I said, look, why is it that when Africans come to America, right, the first thing they tell us is that America has these opportunities, there's no racism and all shit like that, right? But yet when I talk about why Africa is what it is, I said, your countries are corrupt, right? But who corrupted us? Who that? So in other words, you're not taking no responsibility for yourself, right? You're saying like this. He said, well, the white man corrupted us, blah, blah. He came here. I said, I understand that. But when you guys gonna stand up and say, no, we're gonna build this one night. We're gonna make sure everybody has a decent standard of living. We're gonna make sure everybody has the basics and essentials. We have electricity, running water, and a basic education, healthcare should be standard, not a luxury. And so, since they don't get that, and I'm like, you know, even if we know it's hard to do, the fact that you don't even have that mind. I said, me as a Black person in America, I have that mind. I believe that, yeah, but the African would rather have tall buildings. They may rather have private jets and expensive cars and luxury and all that. And and who cares about what the masses have? You know, I said I can't live like that, bro. I cannot live like that. I'd rather live in a society where everybody has the basics. You know, that's just me. And so when
Right.
I listened to them talk, man, I said more and more I'm realizing we're not the same people. I just said we're not the same people. You guys could
Well, if
tell
you
me
would have
stuff.
listened to me 4 years ago, you would have been further on, brother.
I still believe in unity. So, but another thing I said was your problems in Africa, right? I said if after all these years, post independence Africa, what 70 years? That's 70 years last year. Ghana 70 years, right? 70 years. 85 was started with 85 years. If you look at it from 1945, the end of World War II, I said, Black people in America, the so called diaspora, the strongest part of the Black race, has
Yep.
nothing on the ground, no stake in the continent, no steel mills, no factories, no nothing on the continent. I mean, all those years, us going back and forth, we have nothing built on the continent. So I'm saying to myself, why do we keep going on with this relationship that we don't benefit from. Well, that's your ancestral home. Yeah, I know it's my ancestral homeland, but what do we get out of it? You know,
Nothing.
and I'm telling people,
A
I'm sick and
dashiki.
tired of lying to myself, saying that this and if I thought there was going to be a light at the end of the tunnel, I would be different. But I don't see any change coming, right? Because right now, I just see people doing what they got to do. You see Europeans moving there, Indians moving there, Turks moving there, Lebanese moving there, stuff like that. There ain't no path for black people in America. So why do we keep this up? Just okay, y'all got the continent. Do what y'all gotta do. If it means that Africa gets regentrified and we're cut off forever, that's a chance I'm willing to take. Now, what happens is this: if you like now, they're really a lot of African leaders and everything. And much as I don't like FBA, they are really concerned about the FBA movement. Because they're like, wait a minute here, we had bet everything on Black America being involved in Africa's future. They had put everything on that. And Black America seems like it's pulling out, like we don't care anymore and whatnot. That's Paul's concern. But I said, but y'all had 70 years to make sure that we were included on any major business on the continent and stuff like that. In fact, we brought so much to Africa. I've been thinking about the Rumble in the Jungle, Ali Foreman.
Right.
That put Africa on the damn map. Africa's never done anything for us on that level. I said we
Look at what
constantly,
we did in South Africa. Like they
yeah,
have
the
never
anti-apartheid movement.
contributed.
Yeah.
Right. They don't do none of that shit for us. That's why I can't be lopsided, bro. That's why I'm like, we gotta focus on our people.
And then look at this clown, Bruce Leroy. He's a young guy. I'm gonna give him grace. He's only in his 30s, right? He says Africa don't need African American. Yes, the fuck they do. Now if they don't, then why is it that they're now crying because Black America does not listening to Afro beats? They're crying about that. They're like, well, y'all don't listen to Afro beats and whatnot because Afro beats flopped at Coachella.
It
And they're like,
did.
well, yeah. Oh, yeah, I know you laugh. It's not funny, man.
Yeah,
They
that
went up
is
there
funny.
and they thought there
Afro
was
beats is shit.
yeah. They went up there and what happened was they put Wizkid. I like Wizkid, right? And all of a sudden he went up there with Justin Bieber, right? All these Africans said, "Oh, we got Wizkid." They thought there was going to be some. The whole place was absolutely silent. The white people like they didn't know who the fuck he was. They're like, and then
Oh
people were saying,
shit.
"Man, that sounds like a knockoff of hip hop." You know, and
Wow.
so therefore Africans upset now. They're like, "Yo, why isn't Afrobeat?" I said, "Look, this is what it is." I told this one African guy when white people hear Snoop Dogg or somebody like Afro Man, right? They got something that you don't have, right? They got memories. I seen redneck guys sitting down doing parties, singing Dr. Dre and Snoop songs from back in the days, Because they say, oh, yeah, I remember that one. I said people like in the 60s and 70s now doing songs that they heard back in the Sugar Hill Gang. Like that memories. They got memories attached to black music, you know? I said, you just go come over to a country and you don't have a history. That no one knows who you are. And they thought that because black American music is good, that they were easily going to come over here and replace that.
Right.
And so
Well, it'll never happen. I got a question for you because I saw the Michael Jackson movie yesterday,
you did. Everybody's
and
telling me it was good.
it was great. I don't know who the hell that guy is that played Michael Jackson, but he's very, very good. And as I'm watching it, right, there was only like three other black people in the movie theater, and I just thought like these white people love Michael Jackson. They was like getting into it and shit. But then I was like, where's the African Michael Jackson?
Yeah,
Where's the
yeah,
African Jackson 5? There is none.
yeah.
There is none. I turned on CNN. I have this weird version of CNN out here where it's just a bunch of bullshit, right? But every time they have this section called Focus on Africa. And every time they have it on, they're interviewing white people who own the company who are doing community works for Africans. And my wife is like, why every time these Africans get on CNN, all they doing is dancing in dirt and shaking their ass? I'm like, that's just what it is. That's what they wanna not what it is, but that's what CNN wants to show. But at a certain point, is that what's going on over there? Like a lot of the cities look like shit because the infrastructure shit. After
Yeah,
Europe left, y'all didn't learn from them to say, all right, let's pave these roads.
yeah. Let's just do something. I don't get it. I don't get it. My problem is, and look at all of West Africa. I've been to Morocco, right? What a difference between Morocco and West Africa. I said, what? It's like night and day. I said, are y'all on the same continent, right? Same continent. Moroccan streets, you can eat off the damn streets. That's how clean it is. You know, it's like clean, whatnot. And then you got Africans talking about no lie is, oh, we built Morocco. No, you the fuck you didn't. And they're invaders and all stuff like that. So I said, dude, stop it.
Excuse me. Sorry.
They're like, yo, I
Got
like, stop.
allergies.
Stop lying to yourself. Stop lying to
Yo,
yourself.
who's this Bruce Leroy?
It's some young
He's
guy.
obviously some damn African that
No,
that
he's
fled
black.
to America.
He's Black American, but he's like
Oh, that's why he's Bruce Leroy. Okay, I got you.
he's a
Yeah.
Pan African enthusiast, and a lot of these young people, I look. I was him years ago, and he hasn't been to the continent yet, So
Yo,
he said,
Bruce
"What have
Leroy,
Africa created besides
pull
that?"
up,
Hold
pull
on.
up, so I could do you like show enough. Did your ass in a pizza? Did
Check this
your
out.
parents in the
But he
pizza
doesn't
shop?
understand. We got black neighborhoods all throughout this country. I live in some of them right here. That are nice neighborhoods. We don't all have ghettos. We haven't lived in a ghetto. 60%, 70% of black people live in now live in the suburbs. What is he talking about? And so when people say black people create ghettos and whatnot, people moved to the ghettos because a lot of us came from the rural South where poor had no choice. But over generations, we built those places up and we expanded out. You got black people in Long Island now, in upstate New York, Westchester, all stuff like that, all over the freaking tri-state area. So people hold that, where's
We've
Black
been
America?
going there. New York is not full of black Americans. It's full of goddamn immigrants.
Yeah, the
New
heart of
York
New York
City
City
anyway.
is full of immigrants, but
Yeah,
the surrounding areas, Long Island, that's my family's at Long Island, upstate New York, that's Black Americans.
yeah.
But
Yo, you know, there's Africans on Section 8 now in the projects.
yeah, I know.
They got
Yeah, of
Africans
course,
in
that's
the
how they got
projects.
them.
I said, damn.
They got Africans in Section 8, and stuff like that. Yeah, so it is what it is. So my whole thing is this. My whole thing is this. When people try to basically bash Black America, and I'm saying to myself, when I point out stuff that's in their countries, they get upset, right? I said, but sometimes when I talk about Black America, y'all be in the chat room cheering, yeah, Colin, yeah, Colin. But when I say, okay, now let's talk about the mother continent, they feel some sort of way, like, why are you talking about us? And I said, like I was telling Zongo, he said, Zongo was upset the other night when I said something about eating with your hand. I said, our people, we don't eat with our hands. You know, we don't do that shit, right? I've seen it in Liberia. Some people in Liberia, they stick their hand in the fufu, a bunch of them just dipping the sauce in and whatnot. I said, to me, that's disgusting. That's unsanitary.
They double dipping or just single dipping?
No, they put their hands in, soak the sauce up, right? Eat it, right? They wash their hands off in a little cup of water, right? And then they put it in the same thing. They take the fufu, and they're all dipping in the same sauce. I
Nah.
said, you want some of that? I
Their
said,
hands got spit on it.
yeah.
Ugh.
Your hands are the most dirtiest thing in the world. It germs, and bacteria,
Under their nails. Ugh.
everything like that. Everything, even if you wash your hands, right? Your
Right.
hands are naturally dirty. You know, no matter what you do, you cannot ever clean your hands enough to take food. When food comes to you or not, germs will get on your hands no matter how clean you wash your hands and get into your food. Once that gets into your system, you get sick. So I'm saying to say, I'm not going to say argue over something like that. We eat with forks and spoons, right? Well, what
Well,
about
Zongo's from the Zongo community. They're not known as the cleanliest of communities in West Africa.
and I don't like to put people's business out there and stuff like that, but I'm just saying, it said They say, "Well, who taught you how to eat with spoon?" I don't care how I learned. I don't care how I learned how to eat with a fork and knife. I'm saying I do not eat with my freaking hands. I said that because I seen this one video where this African guy was on a freaking date with this black girl. Right? They went to a nice restaurant, right? And she said, "Oh, yeah, you forgot my guy a fork, right?" He said, "Oh, he took his hand, and started digging in pasta." And she was like, "No, you don't do that." She goes, "Oh man, that's how we eat here. Pasta, Alfredo pasta. His hands dripping white and whatnot with the sauce and everything." And he
What?
restaurant. That's on TikTok. And you got Africans trying to defend that shit. Said, "Well, that's how they do." I said, "Okay, there's certain things you eat with your hands. You eat some pretzels with your fingers. But
All
he
right,
ate.
so listen to this story. Listen to this story real quick. An actual Liberian. I'm not even joking. When I first moved out here, I was doing a turnaround at Shell, and there was a Liberian. This guy had to be some sort of leader of an army or like some sort of rebel group, right? He was eating a soup. It's called soup boliches, right? It's just like meatballs in some sort of soup, right? So he spilled the shit on a table. So I'm thinking he's just gonna go buy another soup. This guy got down on one knee and used his one of his arms to gather up all the soup balls on the table and started sucking them up from the edge of the table. And everybody's like, yo, we'll buy you another. I'm not going to die or some shit. I'm like, this dude is a savage, an absolute savage.
But
And
the
you
thing is,
see a lot of that.
when we start coming in proximity as we visit to these people, right? Their whole thing is we got to adjust to that shit. And I'm
I
like,
ain't
I'm not
adjusting
doing
to
it.
that
I'm
shit.
sorry. Some of these
Eating
habits
with
on
my
that
hands.
I'm not gonna do it. Simple as that. I'm not gonna do it. I
They
mean,
want us to go backwards. And here's the thing on some things, like when they say, oh, who taught you to use a fork? Like the same people who gave you your religion, the same people who started paving your roads and stopped, who gave
but
you
the same
your
people
banking systems.
the same people who gave you your drone technology. You know,
Right.
you know. So it's like I don't understand the mentality. And at the point in my age right now, I'm tired, man. I really am tired. It's like I thought that we could build an infrastructure, but I thought we were all going in one direction. I had no idea there's people hell bent on going backwards and shit. You know,
Well, now you're finally waking up, Colin.
right?
What
So
size Captain America cape should I buy for you?
no, I ain't gonna be all that.
Welcome you to the
So my,
team.
my whole
Yo,
thing
brother,
is
just say I love America, man. Just say it with me.
no. I can't say
You
that. But
love
I'm saying
America, though. You
what I'm
love
saying is this.
America.
I'm saying this. My part in the United States, right? I live in the United States. I live in Virginia, from New
Right.
York to Virginia, right? I live here. I obey the law, pay taxes. This is where I live, right?
Like a good nigga.
At the same time, for me to say I'm an American, that's a powerful statement. You
You
know?
are an
No,
American.
no, 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 no. Donald Trump is an American. You
No,
know?
Donald Trump is a second
Hold
generation
on. Pete Hegseth,
German.
check this out. No, Pete Hegseth is a fucking American, right? Let me see. Let me see. Ronald Reagan was an American, right? They believe in this country. They believe. I don't believe in this country like that. I
So you're
believe
homeless
you
then.
can look. My whole thing is this. My whole thing is this, right? You could live in if one. See, I have probably have more peace in here than anybody else. Why? Because when I hear black people talk about, oh man, racism, this country, look, I say, what for everything I know this country stands for, black people actually doing pretty well in this country, right? It's only when you actually believe in this country, right? It's like somebody saying Santa Claus. I don't get mad if there's no Christmas on my tree because I know Santa Claus is not real. So it don't bother me if there's nothing on the tree. I didn't believe it anyway. If there's something under my Christmas tree when I was a kid, okay, well, would I go along with it, right? Problem is, black people in America is they really do believe in this country, and then when they get disappointed, right? For example, the Rodney King verdict, when Trayvon Martin verdict, and stuff like that. Oh, this country is terrible. But look, I was
We
expecting that.
we also have the OJ verdict.
Yeah, but hold
Sometimes
up, yeah, but the
they
thing
go in
is,
our favor as well.
yeah, but thing is, but the caveat to that was they white people never accepted America never accepted that verdict. They
No,
persecuted
but he
OJ
got
until he
off. He
died. You
got
know,
off, and then he broke the law again.
yeah, they hold up. They persecuted to him till he died. You know, and also they always tell us America always tells us that the jury's whatever that's the law we gotta live with, right? They didn't say that with OJ. They kept saying he's guilty. And I said, well,
All
don't you
right,
guys
that's
always say
fine. But your link, right? When you drop a link and you want people to, or maybe you don't want anyone to click the link, because you're just steady talking with yourself. You know,
well anybody can
Let's
come
have
up there.
some
I put the
dialogue,
link.
brother. Well,
I put
let's
the,
have some dialogue.
okay, go ahead,
Let's
man. Go
dialogue
ahead.
with each other, brother.
Go ahead.
Um, Look, the white man has his heaven on earth, as should we. We have the resources in America to enjoy our lives, to be in a place and constantly hate it and not be happy is torturing yourself. The world is big. You can go anywhere. So you understand that Africa ain't cracked up what it ain't what it's cracked up to be. So now you're in America. If you
Yeah,
don't
but that
like
don't mean
America,
I'm
there's
happy here.
another. Hold on, brother. There's another option. You can go to the Caribbean, and you'll find that every place that you go on the planet has negative things.
All right, now
The thing is, make the best of it.
let me answer that point, right? You see, I think you misunderstand what I'm saying, right?
Now, I'm
Even
just
though
making a point. I'm not misunderstanding anything.
no, my point I'm trying to make is this: when I say America, right, that means I'm withdrawing from America, right? I mean, I don't watch the Super Bowl, I don't watch the Grammys, you know, I don't watch the Oscars, right? I don't watch presidential debates. When I'm completely withdrawn from the society, right? Withdrawn everything like that from society. I don't care what happens to this country. I don't care about what's going on in Iran. I don't care anything what goes on in society. Nothing that don't directly affect me, right? I used to be a time. Oh, this country. I don't care if somebody said America is going to be gone tomorrow. I would not lose any sleep. You know. So the bottom line, only happiness I have is when I'm around my family and friends, and that's it. I don't care about America, you know? I don't. You know, so I don't
Well, I
care.
mean that most of us are happy around our family and friends,
That's all I
but
care about. I don't care
you're
about America.
not when you put that you don't watch this, you don't watch that. You're dumbing it down to pop culture
Right, and that's
and
the whole thing.
entertainment
That's the whole
bullshit.
thing.
Wait, but hold on, brother. But you're paying taxes in America,
I
so
have to.
you're supporting that machine that you so called don't care about.
I
Why
don't
would you feed an animal that you don't care about?
because hey, I
So
have no
the thing is,
choice.
no, but wait, you have a choice. Like I had a choice. I left for family reasons. I just left, and it took me 3 years, brother. We all understand that you have an issue with letting people speak, brother.
Go ahead, man. Well, you
But
gotta let me know, man.
at a certain point, it just becomes you trying to filibuster. Just let us have a dialogue, brother. Like you steady cut me off mid sentence, please. But at a certain point, when you don't like a place, right? Then you have to have a plan to get out. I don't know if your plan was ever to move to Africa or go over there or somewhere else. But if America ain't doing it for you, brother, the worst thing you can do as a man is stay in a place that you don't like. People at a job come, I hate my job. Quit your job. I hate my country. Leave your country.
Can I
So
answer?
wait, hold on. Give me a second. I'm gonna pass the mic back. It took me 3 years to get my shit together and bounce from New York. And it wasn't that I was leaving America. I was leaving New York City because New York City is the shithole of America, in my opinion. And I love that I'm a New Yorker, that I'm a Brooklynite, and all of that. But that's not a place I wanted to raise my seed. So I bounced, and now I make my heaven on earth anywhere that I land, and it happens to be in Europe. But I'm having a great life
Can I
here.
speak
I
now?
don't complain about life, brother.
Can I
Go.
speak now? All right. Now I think you misunderstand what I'm saying, right? When I say
No, we don't misunderstand. You say what you say,
no, hold
and
on,
we
I know.
understand
Let
you
me.
perfectly.
I know. I do think you misunderstand what I'm saying. Look, I've been here in this country my whole entire life, right?
Right.
I have never experienced America my whole entire life. So it's America you talk about. I don't know. That's what I'm talking about. You know,
What do you mean you don't know? What
I
America
don't know.
don't you know?
I do not look. I don't know the America you talk about. You know,
What
I don't
America am
know
I
the
talking?
America you talk
I
about.
literally told you about how I left New York City.
Well, no, I'm saying, hold on. I'm talking about me. You asked me about me. You said if you don't like a place, I said, look, I've been like this since I was like 8 years old. You know, I never believed in this country. You know, I
So
believed
why
it
are
was a
you
lie.
still
It was a myth.
there?
You know, it doesn't matter. I lived. Look, I was able to live here, build a career, everything like that, without ever believing in this country. I never said I want to
No,
leave.
that is the sign of someone that is no disrespect, but you don't have the drive to make the
No, no,
jump.
I just
It's
don't
like you're
know.
scared to pull the trigger.
Hold
You're
on.
you're afraid of failure, brother.
You know what it is,
Be
Nat? Right?
great.
Oh, you know what it is,
What's
Nat?
up?
The fact of the matter is the fact that I have a low threshold for bullshit. People don't come to me and start telling me stuff when I nonsense. It's like you telling me America. It's like you telling me about fucking the Tooth Fairy or Santa Claus. I
No,
don't
I'm
think.
I'm saying, look, I'll agree with you, Kala. I love. I'm a very proud Black American. I love America in the context of my people. Understand that I'm not a flag waving patriot of America, but I am a flag waving patriot of my people. I love us,
I can
right?
get.
And we are in America, so we are
So
essentially there. So if
I
someone
get
wants
this.
to bomb
Only thing I
America,
realize
I'm gonna be
is
like, no, that my people are there, right? But so let's say that for a second, I'm agreeing with you as someone who said I don't like living in New York City anymore. So what did I do? I left. I couldn't imagine my children growing up with the normalization of pissy elevators, um, scooters that, electric scooters that are doing almost 100 miles an hour on a sidewalk, homeless people pushing you in front of trains. I know that that's not good. So I decided to make a plan and I left. If I can do it in 3 years and the plan that I did was great, you can do it as well. But if you have a
hold
plan
on. I
and you
think you
won't do it,
misunderstand what I'm saying. I misunderstand what I'm saying. If even if you leave this, the mentality is this: even if you leave this country, you're not you may run, but you can't hide. You know
no one's running from
the
anything.
whole idea of one race of people, right, dominating over me, no matter where I go on this world or not. The fact that a race of people conquered me, whatever, enslaved my ancestors, is unforgivable. It doesn't.
Well, okay, well, we'll get
And also not
newsflash,
easy.
newsflash,
Now,
newsflash. The Azerbaijanis were conquered by the Ottoman
I
Empire.
don't care about that.
The
I don't
the
care about that.
damn the Koreans were conquered by the Chinese.
I don't
The
really
Thai
care
were
about the
conquered
Koreans.
by the
I
Burmese.
don't care about the Koreans.
The
I don't
the
care about the
Asante was
Chinese.
conquered by the English.
I'm only
If you
talking
don't
about me.
understand, yeah, but wait, that's you. This happens with every people on the planet. But if
I
you
don't
just say,
accept it.
"Well, I don't like here, I don't like there," what do you
No, no,
like?
no,
What
Nat,
do you
hold on,
like?
Nat. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying like this. I lived here my whole entire life, right? Knowing the
Right.
fact that I got, and also Nat, I grew up with the friggin' best this country ever had to offer. Nice schools, nice houses, all that's area covered. Oh, you should be happy. No, I'm sorry. You know, I look at how my ancestors came here. I'm never gonna love this country. Simple as that.
So then go back to
No,
Africa.
no, no,
You
no,
just said
no.
that you don't like it.
It's just the fact of the matter is that fact that they have to deal with the fact that they got 40 million of us here. And if they keep doing what the hell they're doing and whatnot, it's going to get worse. As simple as that. I'm
So
not running.
you're like the kid
I
that's
am not
being
running.
bullied and being spit on and says, "Well, I'm
I'm not
not going
running.
anywhere."
I'm not running from these fucking assholes. You know,
No,
I'm not
and I
running from
get you,
nobody.
and I would support
I'm
you on
not
that,
running from
but
nobody.
not
You
at
know,
the expense of your own happiness, Kala.
I am. I am. I'm
You
actually
can't
happy. You
be
know,
you can't be the kid that says,
Zach, I
"I
am
get
very
bullied,
happy.
they're gonna spit on me, and I'm just gonna take this because I know they don't
I
like me."
am very. I'm a very happy person, right? I'm happy to the fact that well, whatever happens to this country, whatever is going through, whatever like that, it does not mean a damn thing to me. You know, I don't care about the deficit. I don't care about nothing like that. I don't care about my fellow countrymen, whatever like that. I don't feel no kinship with these people. Nothing. You know, that's what I'm saying. I'm here.
No, and I
Money.
get what you're saying. You keep explaining a point that everyone who's listened to you for more than 6 months knows what your point is. And my point is, if you have an obvious issue, regardless of whatever it is, you fix the issue. So your issue is that you don't have anything for America, right? No connection. You couldn't care if it blew up. Fine. But on
In other
top
words,
of
Black
that,
music.
you are miserable in America.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Look,
You are
Black music.
miserable.
Hold on, let me say
You're
this. Let me
miserable.
say this. Everybody's gearing up to friggin' celebrate the 250th anniversary of America, 4th of July. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna be sitting back watching TV. I ain't celebrating shit.
I thought you don't watch TV anymore.
Oh, well, yeah, I do watch TV. I got what? Which one? I got a Fire Stick.
Oh, you got
What?
Netflix. All
I
right.
got not Netflix.
So now,
I got a Fire
so
Stick. I watch
brother,
all
but why won't why look? I'm gonna tell you this. When I left, before I left New York, I didn't come directly to Europe. I made a stop in the Caribbean, bought a crib out there, shipped my car there from the port of Elizabeth to Miami to Curacao, right? Was in Curacao for like 6 months to a year, and I'm like, F this place. The shit is too small. The mindset is too small. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna go back to America. We're gonna try Europe. We tried Europe. You see what I'm saying? You got to be able to make
I
moves.
don't believe in running.
No, that there's not running. How can you say that I'm running when
No,
I'm
I'm not
doing
saying you
great?
did, but if you
But
suggested
it's
I gotta
not
go someplace else, hell, fucking no. You know.
okay. So then that
Bottom
means
line is this.
then you have
Hold
to
on,
fight.
I have
Then you
agency.
have to fight.
Hold on, I have agency over my own life. I have business associates, friends, everything like that. Now I choose who I'm around, everything like that. My whole thing is this, right? When people start talking about American exceptionalism, I fucking laugh. When people start talking about now, you got the same country, right? Who are now taking down monuments of slavery, trying to erase my ancestors' history in this country, right? Because it offends white people, you know, and stuff like that. There's no way you're gonna tell me that I gotta accept this shit, you know? They basically
Of
taking
course not. But what are you doing to stop it?
look. My whole thing is this: it's called a resistance, right? I do like this. I say like this. I put it in enough black people's minds, right? That not for my generation, right? Because it's not for me. I'm gonna die here in America, right? But future generations ought to have an option. That's what I believe. Because I know there's a lot of people who think like you know, but they
What
got
do
to
you
deal
mean
with
think like me?
it, you know?
Think like me? How?
They don't believe in this country. They don't believe in nothing it stands for. There's a
No,
large
I see.
number of
New York doesn't
hold
represent
on, hold on, hold on.
America. Let's keep that 100.
Hold on. You need to listen to those young Gen Z brothers, the Zamins. So the young brother, one brother is so fucking smart. These guys are fucking nationalists, man. They're like, we look at our history and we're like, what the hell are we doing here? You know, we capable of building
So
our own.
then, if you could ask the
I
question,
have no
then
idea.
you can leave.
That's all. That is up to them. I'm not gonna be here when it all jumps off. I'll be long gone. You know.
So
What I am saying,
where you
hold on,
gonna
what
go,
I'm saying
Kyler?
is
Where's your escape
the thought
hatch?
process of us having a nation and all stuff like that, and America finally dying and falling. I want to see this country gone. You know. I want to see this
So
country.
you're the enemy from within.
Yeah, maybe.
You're an enemy to America.
Yes, yes. Now you got it. Now you got
Okay,
it.
so
Right?
then get busy then.
Oh no, no,
Get
I'm not doing
busy.
nothing. I just keep doing my show.
Get busy. Get
And I don't give
busy.
a look, hold up. And I hope motherfucking the FBI ain't gonna listen to me because I don't give a fuck.
No one's listening to your
You know
show,
what I'm saying?
Kyler, except
I
us,
don't care if they
your
are.
brothers. But get busy though.
I don't give a damn if they are. And I don't give a shit about this country whatsoever.
So
You know?
then it's your choice not to give a shit about it. But
I
then
don't give a
why
two
stay
shits about
somewhere and
America, man.
complain
I ain't trying. How about I try to
passively?
prop up something that we don't fucking benefit from, man? Get the hell out of here with that shit.
Wait, but what I'm saying is this: look, if you don't like it, you can be
Yeah, I
vocal
want to see it
about it. Then
destroyed.
you got
I
two
want to see it.
choices:
Look, I want Knack.
change it or leave it.
I pray for Russia, China, or somebody giving us like 48 hours, whatnot, to nuke this fucking place, and I'll be on the plane out of here.
And where would you go?
I have no idea. You
Exactly,
know,
and that's the problem.
so I'd be someplace. You know, I don't care.
No,
I
you
really
wouldn't.
don't care. You
You're
know.
not. You're not, Kali. You're not going anywhere. You're tethered to the white
You think
man.
okay? I'll just die.
Let me
I'll die
apologize
here.
to
I'll die
all.
here.
Let me hold on. Give me the mic 1 second, brother. I want to apologize to every African, every Caribbean person that ever called a tether. What you're hearing now is the ultimate tether. College Genesis is tethered to the white man's nuts in America, and he's scared to
Oh,
leave.
okay.
He
Yeah.
doesn't
Oh,
like the
sure I am.
smell of the nuts,
Sure.
but
Yeah.
he
Sure.
won't
Yeah.
crawl out for under his nuts.
Yeah. Sure I am. Yeah. Sure I am.
Yeah, you're tethered. You're a tether.
Knack, you want to keep this country going. Let me ask you a question, Knack. If
Yes.
you had you ever seen that movie, the Box with Cameron Diaz?
No.
Okay, it was a good movie.
I
Came
don't
out.
watch white movies.
No,
The only
yeah,
white thing I watch is Seinfeld.
whatever. Anyway, it was a good movie, right? A good movie. Came out in 1989. No, excuse me, 2009, right? And it was set in 1976 Virginia. That's what I liked about it because it showed like parts of Richmond, so I know. I said, "Oh man, it looks really nice." But anyway, they said Frank Langella comes up to his family and said, "If you press this button, I'm gonna give you 24 hours to press this button. If you press this button, you will get $1 million, right? Open the box, press the button. If you press the button, but yet somebody's gonna die,
Hmm.
they die, right? So I ask you, if a white man came to you somebody came to you with a box, said, you know something? If you press this button, right, every black person will get a payout of $200,000, but America may be blown up to pieces and destroyed. What would you do?
I wouldn't press the button
Why? You wouldn't give your
because I have
people that. You wouldn't give your people $100-something thousand when that, you know.
$100,000. Yo,
Hold
bro,
on, hold on, hold on. That's
$100,000
what
is
black. Hold on,
fucking.
that's what black people. That's what black people want for reparations. So you're gonna deny black people
No,
their
no, no. We
reparations?
want a lot more than a hundred
Okay.
thousand
All
dollars,
right, $1
brother.
million. Let's say every black
Have you
person.
ever made 100,000 in your life, brother?
Let's say
That
$1
is
million.
shit.
Let's say $1 million, right? $1 million. Don't keep moving the goalposts. $1 million, right? But
No,
the
you
thing
just
is,
moved it
hold on. The thing is, America may die. What would you do?
for $1 million. No, no,
A
no,
million dollars a
no,
piece.
no, no.
So you love
Where
America.
would we spend the money? To Africa?
Hold on. So you love America that much?
That I don't want the place I was born to
Yeah.
go
So
up
yeah.
into
So
smoke
hold on.
for
Why
a
don't we just
million dollars?
hold on? Why don't we hold on? Why don't we destroy this place and start all over again?
Start. Wait, we can't even start some shit where we are now.
So you don't believe in your own people, right?
I do, but I don't believe in reinventing the wheel.
Oh, so no. Hold on. What if all white people disappeared and we had to take over the world? What would you do?
Yeah, if I had a 12-inch cock, I'd be a porn star.
Okay.
What if? What if? What if?
So what I'm trying to say is, you don't believe in any world situation where white people don't rule over you.
Huh?
So in other words,
Well, I
basically,
don't.
what I'm basically saying is this: I ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
You're given a box, right? You press
Hmm.
that button, right? America could die and whatnot. Every black person we left in this country with $1 million apiece. What would you do?
I would not press the button now. And now
Oh, hold
I'll
on,
tell you this.
Knack. All you're missing, all you'll lose is white people.
All no, there's more than just white people there.
So all you,
But look, it's America,
I said in my setup, right? I said all the black
bro. If
people.
you ask me that same question about Nigeria, that shit would be fucking blown to a crisp.
So you would wipe Nigeria off the map, but
I
you don't
would,
want versus
yo,
America.
bro. They would all they would have to do is offer me a goddamn Target gift card. I'd fucking blow
So
Nigeria to
you would wipe
bits.
a black country. You wipe a black country off the map.
Yo, bro,
One that
give
you don't
me a
want.
fucking, give me a Popeyes chicken sandwich. I'm pressing that button and I'm blowing
No
Nigeria off the
American
map.
with no America and your $1 billion has no. See, like I said, all the Captain America Negroes here, Mr. Sandman, Nat Neasy, and what the hell, man? What the hell is Captain America Negroes tonight? I'm saying to myself, like this. This is
Bro,
why
you're getting cooked again, bro. You're getting
no,
cooked.
I'm not cooked. I'm just saying you can't answer the question. You can't answer the question.
No,
Simple question.
no, I answered the question.
No,
It's a loaded
you're
question.
saying
I
under no
answered it. I would.
you say
There's
under
no
no circumstance.
circumstance
You
that
said no
I would press a button
circumstances.
to destroy
Hold on.
the.
So in
Yes.
other words, if you don't press that button, right, then black
Hmm.
people in America will never get reparations or never get regress for slavery.
Yeah, yeah, that's fine. We can work for our shit. Continue. Look,
Okay.
reparations. I
Like I
would
said,
love to get it. I
black
would
people
wait,
can't get
wait, hold on. Let me speak, brother. I would love to get reparations, and there's people smarter than me that are working towards that. But we could walk and chew gum. So while some are working on reparations, I have millionaires in my own family. There's enough opportunity for us to get it. I'm not destroying that place where people die to literally get to. Okay,
I think you're backpedaling that.
I'm not. Bro, you are a man with no land. You're
No,
in a
you're
you're in what you called
I
you
said
called America the
that when it's
promised
all
land.
said and done, you'll have this land. You can start all over again, build a new civilization.
What land? What land are you talking
You
about?
can say you love America so much, you could keep this land.
Yeah, yeah, but I'm saying I'm yo, Kala, I'm not miserable. I'm happy.
Okay, so you're selfish, right? You don't want your people to have
No, I'm not
money.
selfish. I'm selfless. I
You're
want my
selfish.
kids to be better than me.
You're selfish, man. You're being selfish, man.
No, 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 no.
You're
You
being
see,
selfish. You know.
I'm a cool dad, right? Like my daughter likes when I pick her up from school because I'm a cool ass dad.
Oh, now
You see, what
hold on,
I
check
have
this out.
things to live for. I enjoy my life. We do fun shit.
Hold
My
on. Bruce
daughter and I, we
Leroy.
finish each other's sentences. You know what I'm saying? We watch Star Trek. We Trekkies. We watch Seinfeld. We do all fun shit.
Oh, yeah,
Life is great for me,
hold on.
brother.
I gotta respond to
Life
the
is
chat.
great for me.
I gotta respond to the chat. Bruce Leroy said you would kill 300 million black families, though, and he says you love white people. Is that true?
Who, Bruce Leroy? We
Said you
don't
love
try
white
to
people.
weaponize. Don't try to weaponize that coon against me.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just repeating what he said, man.
All right. He said. Oh, what did he say?
He says you love white people, and he says that you would kill 300 million Nigerians, though.
All right. Now, do you think that I love white people, Kyle? Be honest.
I have no idea, man. I
Come
don't
on
know.
now. But Ja has been on panels when they let a white person up. I fucking attack him like a piranha. I don't want them in our spaces. I don't fuck with white people like that. I will do business with white people. A white man has never entered my house here in Europe. Never. My neighbor's fucking pigeon flew over into my yard. It was a parrot. He wanted to walk through my house into my backyard. I said, no, I'll open up the back gate. You can get him from the backyard. No white people come in my house. That's how I give it up. Okay.
Yeah, well,
So that's
now he's
Bruce Leroy's
shots at
question.
you for living in Europe. What's up with that?
Pardon?
He's taking shots at you for moving to Europe.
No, that's fine. I moved to the Caribbean first. And you know what language they speak in that country? Dutch. You give me a black country that doesn't have a fucking a European uh official language. Give me one. Yeah, y'all internet niggas thinking now, and then answer the question: would you want to live there? Of course not.
See, Slade Jones says that area now Nigeria has no problem shipping 100 million. He's taking your side. 100 million blacks off to slavery. Bruce Willis said you hate so much, we rather live with them. Whoa, it's getting tough in here, man. Why don't people come up here and debate, man? I hate that shit. People in the
No,
chat.
they should pull up. Bruce Leroy, pull up. I'll give you the You will be the next tether. I will tetherize your ass if you pull up on this channel.
This guy, Bruce Leroy, is like a bona fide Pan Africanist, though, man. You don't.
Yeah, yeah, I will cook his ass worse than I'll cook you. See, I
Oh yeah,
season
but
you lightly and
there's
I
no
simmer
evidence.
you.
There's no evidence besides you yelling all the time that you cook me.
No,
You.
no, I have to yell because you're always
You
cutting me
sound.
off.
Knack, you sound good. Your tone and delivery is
I
impeccable.
sound smart
You
to
know,
dumb niggas.
hold on. No, your tone is impeccable, but your substance of what you're saying is kind of weak. That's the whole thing.
No, brother, I'm enjoying my life, man.
You
I'm
know,
enjoying my life.
so we
Bro,
are.
I wake up
So
every
we are.
day. You know,
So we are.
I be I'm always on here before I get money, right? But I enjoy my life, man.
Yeah,
I
well,
enjoy my
we
life.
all do, man. I
I
enjoy what
enjoy
I
my
do.
life, bro.
Well, so I'm saying that there's a segment of Black America is growing right now that I represent. With people that we just don't give a fuck no more.
No, you could not give a fuck, but then do something about it.
I say
Get
no,
your
no,
Chris
no.
Dorner,
Hold
get
on,
your
right
Chris
now,
Dorner
if you was in
on.
America,
Get your Chris Dorner
if you was
on.
in America right now, you understand what's going on. Right
No,
now,
but that's the thing. I didn't like New York City anymore, so I bounced.
hold on. You could be in any part of America. In America right now, Black America is going through what we call the silent phase. We're withdrawing from everything. People are mad. Why is Black America not protesting ICE? Why we're just saying we're sitting back resting. We're not getting involved. What I'm saying, what do you think about America? We don't give a shit. Let me give you an example. This fucking crazy chick, right? That always interviewing people. This white chick, crazy chick.
Mhm.
She shows up at a damn Black Joy rally, right? Right? She's a conservative. She
Yeah,
showed
I
up at
saw that.
a Black Joy rally, asking about goddamn Donald Trump. I would like, yeah, I would have fucking.
Yeah,
And I said to myself, Black people are saying to her, "We don't give a flying fuck. Well, aren't you upset that Donald Trump? We don't care. Look, we don't care if this country blows up. We don't care about this fucking orange asshole in the White House. We don't give a shit. You know, People, we think about we don't care. You know, I'm not gonna sit here, sing America's praises. America's the greatest country. Look, bottom line is we don't care. We're here getting our life, getting our money, and doing what the hell we gotta do and whatnot. Nobody gives a fuck about praising America no more. Them days are over. We
Tyler.
show we
Let's say I locked you in a room, and you know the room was filthy. You gotta not even locked you. I put you in a room with the door open. The room is filthy. You got two choices: clean the room up, and make it suitable for you, or
and that's
walk
what we're
out the
doing.
door.
That's what we're doing.
You're cleaning. You're cleaning up America.
I'm cleaning up my corner of America, my life. That's all I can do.
Okay. Okay.
You know,
Well, that's cool.
my life is good. I got nice things, cars, a house, a business, whatever like that. I can do whatever I want to do. That's my life. I can't do nothing about anybody else. I clean up my life. I got the type of life I want to live. I
Okay.
can care
So
less
then,
about what happens
so
to the rest
enjoy
of America.
America, brother. Enjoy
I don't want
America.
to
Don't be
I
so.
don't look. I don't give a fuck what happens to the rest of America. I only care about me and my family.
Well,
That's
what do you think will happen if America crumbles? Do you think that
I
your
could care
little
less. I know for a fact, Black people we thrive in chaos. So I'm not gonna sit
no?
there. I'm not gonna sit there.
Let the supply chain go
Oh,
down, brother.
I could care less.
Let the supply chain go down. Then our
That's what
people are
Mac,
fucked.
Mac, if you study your history, that's what they said to the depression. Black people were the ones who survived the depression. Oh, that shit don't matter to us. We'll
No,
survive.
white people survived depression too.
Yeah,
That's
so
why there's
no,
still white
Black
people in the
people
world.
really just. My father told me. He said we really survived it. We said what depressed what? Man, we pulled together and whatnot, and we came out of depression. White people committing suicide, jumping out of buildings and shit. We'll be all right, man. No matter what this country does. I'm sitting there worried about
No,
what America falls. I don't give a shit. You know,
brother Kala, why don't you come to Europe? Come
I
move out here with me. I'll set you up, man.
Europe,
Get you a fat white woman with bad feet.
Europe. I want to see layover in fucking Brussels was enough, man. Fucking place makes me sick, man. Fucking Europe,
It's
man.
like the whole planet makes you sick, bro.
So, like I said, I just like being around people I agree with and people, my family and stuff like that. Anybody else can go to hell. That's how I feel about it. Let's see. Yeah,
All
thriving
right,
chaos.
brother.
Yeah, we do thrive in chaos. Bottom line, we do. But while everybody else looking for order when not, Black America survives in chaos. Our whole life in this country has been about chaos. And somehow we ever built banks, we was able to put together a Negro League, we was able to do a whole lot of shit in the most chaotic times and whatnot. We'll be all right. I got faith, my people, no matter where we go, and we left this country, we stayed here. We'll be all right, no matter what we decide to do. You know? Yeah,
Well,
so it
so I
is.
guess you're not moving to Liberia then, right, brother?
Well, I'm like this, right? I like the country and everything like that. I like the country and everything. The country's beautiful and everything like that. But uh, yeah, I think Liberia would be best if you had more Liberians coming home and building the country for themselves and everything like that. I think I would like to. I love to visit there. I love to visit, and when I stay there, when I got friends, family there, whatnot. But me moving there permanently and whatnot, I might as well stay in America. It's the same thing, same culture. Might as well stay in America because
I think you're mad because your African dream didn't pan out, so now you're
no,
just
no,
gonna.
no, no. Look. I think when you say African dream, I don't. I was never really. I it, I never really got started on it. What are you talking about, African dream? My only thing was the fact of the matter is you got a lot of Africans, right? They basically whether come to America, come to America, and they want to be Americans. They want to be with whites and stuff like that, right? And I'm looking at this, right? If I'm talking about building Africa, why are you coming to America, building with whites, doing all stuff like this, right? Trying to assimilate with whites, right? Adopting their ways and stuff like that. Why am I going African then? That's my only
Hmm.
thing with them. So I realize now that maybe it was never. I don't know what's going to have that giant continent out there. I have no idea what the future is, whatever like that. If we turn our back on Africa, it's going to be it forever. But what can you do? Because the
Well,
white
they
man was
turned their back on us,
hold
bro.
on, hold on, the white man was very, very smart. Right, this is what they did.
Thanos,
By the time,
Thanos, yes.
hold on, in 1950s, the 1950s, right, when they started talking about giving African independence, they thought, well, say, white man's smarter than we give credit for. They thought long and hard about the future leaderships on the African continent.
Hmm.
For that time period, most of the leadership in the black world were here in the West, and they were radicalized people, black nationalists, Pan Africans, and stuff like that. White man figured that if we just enfranchise the chieftaincies and all these other people and whatnot, and the people that we educate and everything, send back to the continent, and were they right? Yeah, because right now the black people in the West have no influence in the continent. They switched the leadership to indigenous leadership on the continent. Before that, you look at the ANC. The ANC was grafted mostly by black Americans. People don't know that, and then they created Inkatha, all over the African continent. They created these indigenous movements to compete with the movements that came out of the freaking Pan African Congress and stuff like that, the OAU and stuff like that. So that's what you have. So the bottom line is they won. The white man won. He won that thing. And so I'm
He
like,
won
hey,
on Africa too, right?
what?
He won in Africa too.
Well, the bottom line is this. I don't think it's not easy. One, I don't think Africans know their war. That's the problem. I don't
So
think
when you said he won, what were you speaking about then?
Well, what I'm saying is the white man does not want this radical element of black nationalism. That's why the Martin Delaney's, the types, and whatnot, the Garvey types, and stuff like that, the Pan Africans, black nationalists, all the Kwame Nkrumah types, whatnot. That Patrice Lumumba, all those type of people's ideologies died. You know, and what you have right
Hmm.
now is people who, right now, even to the point where they changed the definition of what an African is. Elon Musk is called an African American. He's called an African, right? Before it was clear an African meant a black man. Now you got people that were from India that were born in, let's say, born in Tanzania, are called Africans. You got the Afrikaners are called Africans because they went by birth where you were born, not by race. They changed the whole definition of what an African is. Before that, black people in the West, black people in the diaspora were considered Africans. Now African is somebody born on the continent, right? That's why a lot of black people in America get fooled by this sixth region thing. The
Well,
sixth
that ain't about us,
I know that the sixth region was never about black Americans because to
right?
do so, that's a geopolitical move. That means a international body is laying some sort of sovereignty over a major population in the United States. That's not going to happen. the correct definitions of a sixth region are Ghanaian immigrants, Liberian immigrants, and
Right.
all these other
And their
people,
children. And their
and the children
children.
that live outside of Africa. You know,
Hmm.
a lot of Black Americans, right? They think the sixth region includes them. You know,
I don't think any Black Americans give a shit about the sixth region.
look at this
That's some Pan
Tay
African
Moyer says
shit.
that's not true. The whites in South Africa always claim. No, they didn't. You know, they never claimed themselves. If you look at the old pictures of South Africa, they said Europeans here, Africans here on the bench when they had apartheid. They called themselves Europeans. It's only now that they're claiming Africa. You know, please. You know. So the bottom line is this. So now, you know, you got white people, Africans calling white people fellow Africans. It's insane. It's insane. So it is what it is, man. I said last night on the conference, I said, look, in Nimba County, there's this white lady that lives in Liberia, Nimba County. She has a son there. They do Liberian stuff and everything like that. Let's say Bruce said they're Africans. How are they Africans? So if they're Africans, then that means that Africa has no place for me. Same thing.
So
Then
there's no place for you on the planet, Carla. Why don't you try the
it's
Caribbean?
what it is. I'm a pilgrim. I'm a gypsy. People without a land, you know. So the bottom line,
Try
if
the Caribbean.
hold on, if I don't want to go no place else, as long as I'm here on the planet, I don't care less.
You're tethered. You're tethered to America.
I don't believe in nationalism. You know, the bottom line is
You're
this:
tethered.
if white people are Africans, right, that means
Right.
that white people in China are Chinese. Only place in the world where you can claim to be something that you're not is Africa.
Okay.
But
How long
Africa,
do you have to be somewhere before you can say that you're
what?
from there? How long do you have to be
My whole
somewhere
thing is this.
before?
Hold on. My whole thing is this. If you look at your DNA, right, a
Right.
white person's DNA and Afrikaners will go to Europe.
Yep.
They go to Europe, trace to Europe, right? It takes 50,000 years in a region for you to be part of that thing, you know? You know, so the bottom line is this. When people say ignorant stuff like what Afrikaners are Africans, that's freaking stupid, you know? That's stupid. That's like I said, it's just so freaking what? Chinese is a civilization. No, Chinese are a race, the Han race. You got the Hans, the Manchus, the Mongolians, all make up the Chinese race. You know, you got the Cantonese, you got the Mongols, you got the Manchu, you got the Mandarins. Yeah, all those people make up China. You know, you know how they act like Africans. You know, how do you act like an African? You know, as I said, man, it's a
Who
lost
said that?
cause, man. It's a freaking lost cause. And that guy right there, Tayo, is an African.
Yeah, he's a Nigerian.
And so the bottom line, so these, like I said, that's why I'm taking my hand off the continent. You know, like that is fuck. These guys are coming over to Africa. You got white men coming over there, having sex with these African girls now. You know, Chinese guys are coming over there and whatnot.
Yeah.
How do you
Toyota says
you
you
know
Black Americans don't act like Africans at all. You're right. We don't
we don't act like that. We don't
shove
have to act
gobs
like
of
that.
food in our mouth with our fingers. You're right. We don't act like y'all.
We don't
We
fucking
don't we
walk.
don't we
We
don't
don't
shit
wash our
in the
we don't
bush.
wipe our hands. We don't wipe our ass with our fucking hands. How about that? You know?
And then with the same hand shove a bunch of fufu in your mouth.
Yeah, yeah. One hand. 1 minute you're wiping your ass with it, and then at the same, and we don't take a dump while we're eating. We don't shit where we eat. We go shit over here and we eat over here. Africa will be taking a dump while he has a big bowl of food in his face. You know? No, we don't do that.
Come on, Kyle. You sounding
I get some
xenophobic, man.
freaking, I get some flex when you telling me, man, get out of here. You know?
Who is this ZVY4D1?
I don't know.
It's just some
Yeah,
idiot.
yeah, when you
Why
feel,
they don't click the link though?
I have no
I'm
idea.
tired of cooking you,
I'm sick of you ain't cooking me, boy. No, the bottom
brother.
line,
I've been
bottom line is this. Now I'll give you this. You got not a lot of nice quip comebacks and stuff like that, but Cooking, man, that'll take some doing, bro. You know.
But you lucky I got that other video privated when I torched your ass on Pan
Well, about
Africanism.
what? What years ago?
Yeah, that was like 4 years ago now, right?
Oh, whatever. Like
And you still
you make
salty.
you make points, but you filibuster a lot, and you basically bloviate.
No, no.
And so, therefore, people tell me it looks like you're winning, but you not. You don't bring the point home. You know, you. It sounds
Right,
good.
right.
Let's say if this was a boxing match, it would clearly look like you're winning because you'd be giving
All
these
right.
body blows, boom, 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 boom. You know, it's
And
like
and I know your ass be texting hustle smart, but yo, help me with this motherfucker so he
no,
could pull up and do
I
your
don't.
dirty work.
Hustle Smart never calls me when I'm doing my show. He talks to me. He calls me, and I call him in the afternoon. You know, we never freaking talk to each other on so nobody ever helps me out and talks to me in the debate. You know,
So you're a black nationalist that doesn't like black women, doesn't like
no.
America, but doesn't want to go to Africa
Hold on. Now you gotta qualify that. What makes me not like
because you
black?
blame
What make why would you say I don't like black women?
black society on black women while
Well,
ignoring
I
while
will.
ignoring the
I'll,
fact that the black man
I
has
will.
been hands off.
Matt, what group of people is in charge of Black America right now?
It depends.
No, they don't pay nothing. What group of people is in charge of Black America right now?
But I
That
mean,
has
do we have to?
private,
When you say in
not-for-profit,
charge, are you
freaking.
talking about deal makers, deal breakers? I think black men and black
No,
women are
no,
in
no,
charge
no, no,
of the black
no.
community.
Everything,
Yes.
like I said earlier tonight, right? In America, right? America, right now, we live on a bunch of lies, you know, and our community is, like when you talk about DEI, you know, so one thing they never talk about. How many black men ever benefited from DEI? None. You know, it was all
What
racial.
do you mean none?
But there's no. Show me anywhere a black men, any record, any black men benefiting from DEI.
Okay, well, I'm sure that a couple of brothers got
Oh, it
hired.
wasn't. It
Oh
wasn't.
well. Oh wait, whoa, 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 whoa! In the fire department of New York City, New York City Fire Department. Boom. Now what?
Okay, well, how do you know it was DEI? A lot of those black men
It
were.
was 100%
Hold on,
DEI because there was a whole camp.
hold on. That's
Oh,
what.
come on, bro.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about right there. You think you made a point, but you didn't. The
No,
people
but
in the fighter. Hold
I'm saying you asked me and I told you, and now I'm about to tell you
hold on,
how.
and you're wrong. You're
They
wrong.
even
You're like,
changed the
hold
test.
on, hold
They
on, you're
even
wrong.
changed the test.
You're wrong. Hold up, you're wrong, and you're taking a victory lap before you even let.
No,
Let me
wait,
say
I'm
something.
not. I'm not even.
Oh, you
I
just
just stated my point.
you
You
just
didn't allow
you,
me to make it.
you
Let
just
me
took a
make the
victory lap.
point.
You took a
Let me
victory lap.
make the point, brother. You asked the question
Hold on.
when
The
the
fire
black men.
department. Hold on. You look at the fire department. That goes way back to the friggin' turn of the last century. You know.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
I'm talking
Hold on.
15, 20 years ago.
Hold on. The DEI just means that we're going to basically go and find people to fill a definite quota. Now, what they do is this, right? When they do that, they don't say black men; they say minorities. They say
Yo,
POC.
what the hell?
That's what they say. There's nothing in there that says anything about a black man. That's what I'm talking about. So before you take
No,
your
no,
back,
you're pushing the goalpost.
no, I say
The
hold on.
the
Before you even
FDNY.
before you
Listen, Kali, you're not the only one from New York City here, okay?
hold on.
Matter of fact,
Mac,
you
you
fled New
giving up.
York City when you was a teenager.
You
You're
lost.
not even from New York no more. You're a
Yeah,
country bumpkin from Virginia. You're
Mac,
not from New York.
You lost that argument. Let's move on. You know,
No, no,
you lost that
no,
argument, bro. You know why
no.
you lost it?
How I lose the out?
Hold on. You know what? I'm gonna explain to you how you lost it, right?
No, wait,
First of
but
all,
I didn't explain how black men benefited.
there's nothing. Hold on, there's nothing in DEI that specifies black men. Black men in America need special program.
It
Like,
doesn't matter if they are specified. They
okay,
benefit. That was the
is that
question.
hold on. Okay, then you don't know what DEI is. This kill the conversation. Then you know. Yeah, you don't know what
Yeah,
DEI
yeah.
is.
Let's kill it because you lost.
So the bottom line, and Coulter was.
Diversity, equality, and
Yeah,
inclusion,
I know,
right?
I know, but hold up. When you say diversity, you're not talking about black. You're talking about everybody but black men.
No, you're talking about black men as well,
No, you're
which
not.
is
No, you're
why
not.
in
No,
the fire department they
no.
actually changed the
No, you're not.
test.
Hold on.
They
You got.
changed the test
Hold on. Check this out.
because there
I am
was accusations of
in
nepotism,
California. They had a
and
fire.
that was specifically for black men because black men wasn't getting in.
Hold on. Bantu will tell you. Hey, Bantu, did they put a bunch of women head of the fire department in California and they fucked everything up? That burned down half of Los Angeles?
You got some
What?
goddamn booty scratcher on here playing Afro beats.
No, no. My whole thing is this. Carla, is I don't know what you're talking about.
First of all, who we talking to?
Well, I'm in Dama, but I changed my
Oh,
name.
Lord.
Yeah,
Adama.
but
Oh,
but
I just answer the thing.
yeah.
That's my smart.
So my thing is this: is that you
Okay.
basically are saying that there were all these women in the fire department, and I live in California, but I just moved out of California this year. But I was not aware of that. I was not aware of all these women that were over the
Oh, yeah,
fire
that's what the argument
department.
was. A lot of these women were DEI hires and they fucked up that whole situation. You want me to find the video?
Well, I mean,
Kyler's
yeah.
using white supremacist talking points. He's
No,
using white supremacist
no,
talking
no,
points.
no. Anytime something's
Yeah. Who DEI? When is it? I told you
hold
NY
on.
FDNY used DEI to get black people in
I
there.
said black men, right? I said black
Yeah,
men.
black men.
I didn't care. I didn't say nothing about no goddamn
Look
black.
at you separating yourself
No,
from
no,
black women.
I said
You
black.
can't. You hate black women,
Oh,
bro.
why at MacBeasy? Because it's my platform and it's platforms for black men.
Yeah.
You understand? It's platforms for black men. You know? I say, I don't give a goddamn about nobody else. I care about black men
What
on it.
about you? Don't care about black women?
No, I don't. No, I don't. If you want to care about them,
Wow.
own
Y'all
goddamn.
heard that?
How about that? I heard it. Yeah, I say it all the time. Want me to repeat it for you?
What kind of black nation you want
I
to
don't
have without black women?
I'm about building. I'm about building consensus with my brothers. That's it. Fuck the nation right now.
Damn, bro.
Yeah, so fuck the nation right now. If you really want to know.
Would you say fuck black women too?
Well, I don't care. I'm saying this platform I reach out to is black men. That's who
All
I
right.
talk to. That's who I build with. That's who I want fellowship with. If women want to call tall and say hello and whatnot, that's fine. But I am not beginning no platform caring about what women think. Want to do that? You gotta go somewhere.
Damn, bro. Damn, why women catching strays on here, bro? What happened to the black
Look,
queens?
I could care less about that. That's you. I don't give a damn.
Yeah, I love our women just like I love my brothers.
You do. I don't. How about that? I don't.
Wow.
I don't
You
give a
know,
shit.
black people are just more than men. It sounds like you
Oh,
wanna
look. I look. That's why I'm here with my brothers. My brothers are here. That's why I'm not gonna
that
leave.
sounds like a circle jerk
Whatever. It's
community.
simple as nothing. That's the way I'm doing it. That's what I choose to do. That's a path I chose. And I'm building something because I got a lot of young brothers that inbox
Oh
me
no,
and tell me that, yo, Colin, keep it up, man. I like how you fight for us. You know, everybody else shits on black men in this country. I won't do that. I put them first. I put black men first. I don't give a damn about nothing else. Black men. I don't care about minorities. I don't care about no people of color. I don't care about none of this stuff like that. I care about black men. That's all I care about. We don't get it together. We ain't gonna freaking we ain't gonna get no place. Us black men gotta unite.
you
Oh,
absolutely
well,
right, Carla.
John, the thing is, before you don't even think, look, right now, the last thing we think about is a nation. Black America is saying that we don't want a nation. Look how we elevated all the Pookies and Ray Rays. Yeah, they ain't nation building. Black men got to get together and build and say, this is what we want. Then, when that happens, then you bring women along. You got to lead.
No, you absolutely right, Carla. And I think that when you talk about Africa, right, is that, and it's just like what I told you, colleague. If you're gonna go to a place like Africa, okay, they respect people who can make money. Okay, that's just what it is.
They
Okay,
respect men in that.
you talk to the guy, the what's the Nigerian dude that come through here, the fucking Mike Olawalu, you know what I mean? That's what they talk about. They talk about money. They talk about the same thing with the Cameroonian dude that got deported, the Jude dude. He would say the same shit. He would talk about.
Did he really get deported? Did he really get deported?
He probably did get deported. I mean, I don't know any more than what you know, but more than I ain't seen him in like a year and a half, so he probably is deported. But the point is, what I was trying to tell you, Kale, is that you got to go to Africa with that business mindset. You should have just started some type of business over there.
Oh man, look, the
Just so
bottom
it
line is
don't
this.
matter, even if it's
Everybody
a.
keeps saying started business, dude. It is easier said than done, bro. Hey, four black, you gotta come back in. Four black, you gotta come back in with your thing. Your Boost mobile phone ain't working. You gotta log back in.
I still think having a business though is
Oh
is
yeah, okay.
easier
Well, let me ask you a question.
than
Well, hold
working
on.
for a lot of other people.
Okay, let me ask you a question, Adama. Where at on the supply chain with your business be?
I mean, it
Give me,
all depends. It
give
all
me,
depends on whatever type of
give me,
business that you're starting. But
give me,
of
no,
course, you need a supply chain.
give me a business. I'll tell you whether you can do it or not.
Of course, you need a supply chain, and that's what I
Well,
was thinking about. I was just
I
thinking
did not
about
ask you
that
that. Look, I did not ask you that. I said, where at on the supply chain? Are you manufacturing, you're wholesaling, you're distributing, you're retailing? What are you doing?
it all depends. I haven't picked a business yet. I was
If
just
you're gonna tell
speaking.
somebody your business,
I was
you
just
don't even have an
speaking.
idea what you're talking about.
I was just speaking theoretically that yeah, you need to go in on the business side
Yeah, everybody,
and
Dom, everybody thinks theoretically, but the bottom line is, when it comes out to actually doing it, it's a whole different story.
well, like I said, you should have been doing that when you first see
Doing
you
nothing.
went over there. Here's the problem, Colin. Is you
Dom, and also I do got a couple of projects up and running over there. So I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking
well?
about?
Then you need to just worry about that. But
I'm not
the
worried
thing
because it's
thing
small.
is, you gotta build a business first and make money over there first.
You don't know.
Then you can
I don't
start
know
talking about
what
the
business.
politics.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not into African politics, bro. What are you talking about?
Because what it is, you going to talk about the societal stuff, but you need to make money first, and
Let me
then
tell
you letting the people distract you, like you letting the white people over there and the Chinese people over there distract you. You need to ignore them.
I gotta drop you down. Shut the fuck up. All right, for righteous. Go ahead.
That's crazy. I didn't even know I was gonna get on here. I was blocked on my other account, but anyways, I'm here.
I never blocked you.
Uh, I mean, you were losing right now with the Pan African talk, right, Kala?
I
Right?
never said, why everybody keep
You,
labeling me?
you're losing, right?
Look, I am not a Pan Africanist. Where you get that from?
You go in and out on the fence. You dip
Hold on,
in
hold
and out,
on.
and then
Okay,
you do
hold on.
a flip and all kinds
Let me
of
tell
shit,
you.
man.
Let me tell you what a Pan Africanist is. A Pan Africanist just simply means that black people, or no matter what, are all one people.
But it's not the truth because they're not practicing it on the African
Okay, look,
continent.
now,
So it allows us to be
oh,
submitted to the idea of
look,
being black.
if you've been listening to me, I never said you had to do that.
I ain't gonna do that.
However, I would like to see you as a market woman in Ghana or something like that. You
No,
be,
no, no, no. Ghana, I want to choke somebody out. Don't even go there.
so you could be over there in market
I
selling.
believe that we should stand on our own, and people that are trying to force us to be involved with them are wicked. They're trying to capture us.
You,
They're
you,
not the right types of people that we want to associate with.
you think they're gonna drag you back to the continent?
But you know what? The history is capturing people. and they're like claiming our ancestors against our will.
You
They didn't
forget.
even let nobody know that they were going to the, let me finish. They did not let nobody know they were going to the United Nations. It was leaked a couple of days before he came,
Was
and
that you?
people were able to mobilize barely, but they let it be known that we were not happy about him being there, claiming people in New York. It was called the Negro Burial Ground for over 100 years. And in 93, it changed suddenly to be African Burial Ground. People are playing in our face. They're trying to take our destiny. They're trying to swap with us. They're trying to do us dirty. And I'm trying to wake everybody up. Like, it's hard because people are foolish most of the time. I don't even understand it, though. I don't understand it. Catch the fuck up.
Let me ask you a question for it just now. President Obama did a good thing. He came over here. He said a blessing at the burial ground.
No, he did not do a good thing.
Why?
That was witchcraft.
How is that witchcraft? Come on.
Witchcraft. He's not our people. So what he's doing is trying to destiny swap us out
Check this out.
with him. Like, you can't believe that this motherfucker came in good faith to help everybody. He did not. Have you seen any recent African helping everybody out? Let me know, please.
Get out of it. Where's he get out of it? All this.
I'm just saying, you giving a lot of fucking grace and and never prove nothing to you ever. You're like helping them out more than they're helping themselves out. I can't rock with that, dude. Catch up.
No, what I'm saying is this though. Don't you think he got the reparations movement to the floor of the United Nations?
No. You know what? The legacy of Ghana is fucking slave trade. They got nothing else to say beyond that. And they're trying to tether themselves onto what we've done because they cannot do themselves better.
Before Ghana became a country, though.
They're trying to destiny swap us out to say that you did this because of us. The fuck? Are you okay, Kala? Are you okay? Can I like console you in the corner for a minute?
Let me ask you a question, right? You say that Ghana did this, right? You know, Ghana wasn't around during the slave trade, right?
No, let me tell you, break it down. That dude, the President Mahama, is from the Ganja tribe, Gonja tribe, who was known for capturing people and enslaving them. And this is the guy that stood on the UN platform talking about, I'm representing everybody on the gravest, illest sin ever created, but he was partaking. He was the secondary devil with the first devil. I'm not clapping hands with the fucking devils. I'm sorry.
Where do you get this information? Because I like to know, where did this information come from?
I'm trying to let you know, man. I'm trying to let you know. I'm paying attention. They like moving real slicky, like, because they talk kind of quiet and calm, but the shit behind what they're doing is like domination of us. It is domination of us as a people, and they're not worthy of that. They're not worthy of nothing. We gotta stop the bullshit, man.
Let's see.
Get some water, please. Get some water real quick. We'll hold on while you get some water. Please get some water. I can't hear that all the time. Get some water. It will help you, relieve you. Water.
It says nothing here about slavery. It says, was they involved in slavery? Involved.
And they are trying to be colonizers to us now. They think that we're supposed to like be happy with both fucking devils. I do not believe in that. I want the devil I got, and I know I don't want a new devil to balance and juggle with the other devil. Fuck that shit. That bitch gotta go.
So you involved in slave trading.
I ain't rocking with two devils. Sorry.
Wow. So let's say let's try. What does that got to do with the modern?
Get some water, please. Come on, I'll talk to Knock Measy while you go get some water.
Right here, huh?
Go get some water. I'll talk to Knock Measy while you go get some water. Please go get some water.
I got some.
What's up, Knock Measy?
Fuck them
Hey,
Measy.
what's up, Full Black? How you doing, sis?
I'm okay. How you been?
I'm alright, just cooking Kala up every goddamn stream.
I ain't been there in a while because he been making me so enraged. I mean, I like him, but then I hate him at the same time. It's really weird because I want to like
He's a
see
good
some
brother. He
like
just be
do.
flip flopping.
I want to see somebody do some acrobatic, like on his tummy and slam his ass to the ground.
You, you remember the stream that you and I had where you said I'm a flip flopping son of a bitch?
Yeah, yeah. Have
He's
you
the real flip
changed?
flopper. He's the flip flopper, not me.
He's definitely one. He's definitely one. I am for our people as Black Americans. I don't give a fuck about nobody else but us because nobody else gonna give a fuck about us. That's the truth.
Facts. Facts.
Where he go? Kala,
I'm here. It's just hilarious because
why is it hilarious?
you have this idea that people are trying to take you back and change to Ghana. That's like the world.
Haven't you heard that the president of Ghana, since the first president of Ghana in 2019, Ado, introduced the year of return,
Yeah.
and he had the Nancy Pelosi, the Congressional Black Caucus,
There's a
and
lot of black
other
people
celebrities like Steve Harvey and others. It was facilitated to attach themselves to us and make us feel some kind of way. They think they got ownership over us, yo, and I'm really bothered by that.
So in other words, let me ask you a question, right? Now the African Union is claiming that Black America, the wealth of Black America belongs to Africa, and that they saying that Black America is belongs to Africa.
They're full of bullshit. We're not a part of their fucking diaspora region 6.
What's
Fuck them.
saying they're making a pitch to tell America that any money that America makes off Black America should go to them.
No. We're not beholden to them. We're not their slaves. They want us to be their slaves. Like real talk. They want us to be their slaves. You're like, yo.
What if America, Donald Trump, cuts a deal with them and says, you know something, you're right?
We still have our own mind. I ain't gonna be a slave to nobody. Fuck the fuck. Whoa.
If any one of these countries, let me make a perfect example I'm talking about. Africa got a lot of external debt, right?
Yeah.
And so therefore, Black America holds $11 trillion in assets for assets.
But all they would do is take our money and spend it on their lineages, the secretive lineages, and forget about the people and forget about us too. We can't allow that to happen. Protect us, Kala.
You're helping the people in Africa, though, man, because
protect us, Kala. Protect me, Kala.
Well, what if the fact that
help me, Kala?
What about the fact that a lot of Black people's money goes to China and all these other countries?
We ain't got to continue to do that. We ain't got to continue to do that.
So I'm saying my whole thing is
go get some water, yo.
I'm good.
You got to get some water. Get some water.
But bottom line is, like I said, it's more complex to that. Like I said, I always said that Black America needs an Afghanistan. Then we can negotiate.
I don't give a damn about Africa, though. So how am I going to be grouped into Afghanistan?
Hold on. If that means that you're going to look, it seems sad.
I'm an American, full-fledged.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I had this one girl on TikTok, probably you, right?
I ain't been on TikTok except the what's her name? Something World. Love's World. I tried to get on her platform the other day for the first time. I like her platform.
This FBA girl said to me, she said, the reason why I don't like Muhammad talking because I'm an American. I said, well, he's arguing for slavery. Well, that's not my government. I said, well, what you can do is try to go to the Trump administration and let them argue for reparations. And she shut up. See what I mean?
Mm-mm.
So
No, I don't get it.
how would you get reparations?
I'm not the person that's like diving in the pool or the ocean of reparation. I'm diving in the pool of we're deserving as ourselves. The problem has been we've been mixed in with minorities and what is it? People of color and the black and brown coalition. All these people have been sharing our representation, and then they have their extra representation outside of what we got. So they got double, triple, fourth dip into what they're doing, and we're like lost in the sauce because these people that are a part of our representation don't give a damn about black Americans. They're Caribbeans, they're Africans. That's the truth. And they're taking advantage of us, believing that black skin is in with everybody. But they don't give a damn about that because they're tribalistic as fuck and they're fucking us up.
They have a home base to operate from.
They've been fucking us up though, yo.
So you try to be American,
I am an American, but the people that is against us are against us, and they're trying to be American over us.
You don't have American anything protecting your interests,
I am protecting. I'm talking right. You're understanding the words that's coming from my mouth, right? I'm protecting my damn self right now. The fuck?
Let's say Donald Trump says we're gonna start deporting black people from America in certain cities.
That ain't gonna happen because our homeland is America, and you got to like not even allow that shit to even be spoken in your ear. The fuck?
What if white people say, you know something?
I don't give a fuck about white folks. This is our land. Period. Dot. You gotta own it.
But you don't control the land, though.
But it is what it is. It's the truth. It's our land, color. Like raise up with the truth and what it is. Like be on our side. Don't be on the side of the white man.
Truth is,
come on now. The fuck is wrong with you right now?
The truth is, you have no power here in America.
Get power by explaining the truth as it is.
Anytime the white man can round y'all up and send you to Africa.
Use a goddamn line. You go before I go. Goddamn it.
Yeah, but hold on. If they decide to do that, what can you do about it?
Motherfucker, fuck you. You go.
No, I'm just saying. Look, I'm not saying like this, but I'm saying if Africans say they want you home, they want to bring you back home.
Oh, so you saying that Africans own you?
No, I'm saying that if they
Africans own you, motherfucker, they don't own me. You're a Pan-African bitch. I'm not.
If they
the
say,
fuck?
You know something for righteous.
I'm not an African, Pan-African bitch, maiden, woman, or nigga, whatever the fuck you want to call it. You can hold that title. I ain't holding it.
But it doesn't matter what you like. Listen, just like our ancestors had.
You go first, and I ain't going at all. How about that? You go first, and I ain't going at all.
Our ancestors had no choice in coming.
You, Kala, you're gonna go first, and I'm not going at all. That's the difference between you and me.
I go to Africa every year.
No. You're confused. You gotta like rock whatever you're thinking about. I'm not collaborating with you and what you think like.
Africans say like this. If Africans say, you know something, United States government, we're willing to take all these people off your hands. Damn thing you can do about it.
You is a goddamn slave in your mind. I can't rock with you. I'm not a slave. I'm over you. I'm like got a whip over your ass right now. The fuck? I'm telling you the truth. I will whoop your ass and shake. You're not ruling over me being a punk. You ain't ruling over me being a punk.
Was that you at the
I got that ass tat 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 tat.
If I was that you at the UN protesting with the bull?
Oh yeah, but no, not that bitch that was protesting with the Democrats, talking about the voters' rights, whatever.
No, no, no.
She was
She was
I
protesting.
ain't on her side.
Talking about
I'm on
she.
my side.
They said, "Do you think Bahamas after your reparations check?
What happened?
You think is President Bahama? Is he after your
Ma-
reparations check?
Mahama.
The president of Ghana is he after your reparations check?
The fuck no. Hell the fuck no. He didn't get his ass kicked and kicked in his fucking head and fucking stomped in the dirt.
Yeah, but what
Okay?
if back the United States government says yes, we want to pay reparations, but it's going to go to Ghana? What
We
can
gotta stomp that bitch out until he's dead and we get the remnants of the fucking money. That bitch gotta go.
you know say so? In other
I
words,
don't give a fuck about Ghana. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm
yeah,
a ride or die for black Americans. I don't give a fuck about no other foreign motherfucker talking to me.
so let me ask you a question. So how you been for righteous? You haven't been around in a while, you know.
What?
You haven't been around in a while, man. I missed you.
I mean, I do my own little. Like, I got a channel, you know. I got a channel. I had 3 channels total. One got eliminated.
Oh, do you ever get a?
And the second one, I lost the passcode, and my third one is what I got now. All I gotta do is say "for Black righteous folks home," and I'm like 400. I mean, I'm like 500 and something. But I just started out, you know.
Actually, have you gotten StreamYard yet?
Nah, I mean, I just speak my truth. That's all I do.
Yeah, you should get StreamYard so you could have.
How much that cost?
Yeah, it's like $400 for a whole year.
You said what?
Like 400 something, 450 for a whole year.
$400 for the year?
Yeah.
Oh hell to the no! I can't do that. I'm righteous. Like on the strength of me being truthful and honest, I ain't gotta do all that. God would have blessed me because you feel me?
John's in there egging you on to whoop his ass for righteous. But, like I said, like I said, I think you underestimate the importance of a market lady in Liberia and Ghana. You'll probably like it, market women. You got to see you out there, selling pineapples.
No, I'm not selling shit in Africa. I would never be in Africa. I would rather be in the Caribbean. I've been paying attention to ISO Speed, and Antigua. What is it? Antigua, whatever, and Barbuda. Those 2 areas I like, and the Virgin Islands I liked, and yeah. I like that. I ain't going to Africa. I'll go to the Caribbean. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I never go to Africa.
Is there something about Africa that scares you?
Huh?
Is there something about Africa that scares you?
No. It's like they're fake. They're like riding on the wave, and I don't want to deal with that shit.
Like what?
Somebody that's gotta like know who I am and I know who they are.
What do you mean by fake?
They're fake. They're like lining us up to like deceive us and take us over. They're fake. They're fucked up, yo. Caribbeans ain't on that shit. They're like trying to let themselves be seen and heard, period, doc. But these other people, they want to be seen and heard and take over and like represent us being the master over us. And I can't go there. I'm sorry. I'm not going there.
So how did it be the master? How does that happen?
They tried it. They try it. If you allow it to happen, they will let it happen.
Let's see.
What happened to Nakmeezy? He left? Nakmeezy!
He always jumps over.
Where you going, Nakmeezy? You're wrong, Nakmeezy.
He had to go to work.
He did? Okay.
Over there is different. There, he's like this. He had to go to work.
Oh, okay. All right.
He has to work. He's having dreams about cooking me, but But well, like I said, look, if he comes down to like what sounds better and stuff like that, yeah, Nagmeezy has a commanding voice. It looks like he's winning the debate, but I don't think he does that because he don't have assistance. He don't have substance in what he's saying. So it's mute. As he told you, like, yeah, man, he sounded like he was cooking, but when I really listened to what y'all was talking about and whatnot, it's so easy to debunk him, whatever like that. I just let him keep going because he does sound good when he be like cooking me, I guess. When people sit back and listen to the gist of what he's saying is just what I'm saying, they always see me I'm right. Go ahead, kiddo.
Mm-hmm. What's that, y'all? Nozilla. You said it sounds real fruity. Who the fuck are you? Ja Nazla.
So,
This must be a Caribbean bitch. Who are you?
Tyler,
Where you at?
Let me get Kiddo on. Kiddo, go
Tyler,
ahead.
what's the topic? I want to go to the topic. I don't want to
Well, the
float
topic
around.
is as far as Black America, you can say like Nigeria too, because I could do a topic on y'all too. The lies my people tell, and Black America has a lot of lies they tell themselves. Yeah,
What kind of lies? About their history?
about everything. We lie about everything. Black America lies about everything.
I ain't never
That,
lied. You fucked up. The fuck, Carla?
We're always lying. Everything that comes
Tyler,
out.
Lying? You say everybody lying. That's fucked up. I ain't
Everybody
never
Tyler,
lied. The
is
fuck?
everybody lying.
Tyler,
Yeah.
Tyler,
Go ahead, kiddo.
Tyler, black people are prone to lie a lot. They
Yeah, because
lie
we
a
don't have
lot.
any control over our reality. Like for righteous is
Mm.
saying that President Muhammad of Ghana is coming to enslave her. As they lie.
No, he's a fucking slave capturer, and I caught him in the nick of time. Okay, he ain't caught nothing on
No,
this
no,
end.
no,
He might capture
no, no,
your ass, but not me.
no.
I'm
You
just like
cannot call him.
explaining what it
You
is.
hold on. You cannot call him a slave catcher because he was not born there. You
He
cannot call
was
people
a
names.
fucking slave
Hold
catcher.
on,
His
hold on.
bloodline is the Ganja.
You hold on,
Gonja
hold on,
tribe. Don't play with me because I already know.
hold
He's
on,
not
hold
on
on,
my
hold on,
side. He is
hold
the
on.
other side trying to take over us, and we're not having that on my watch. I'll bet you.
Can I
We're not
can I ask
having
you
that on
something?
my watch.
Can I ask you something? Are you African? Do you have
Perhaps.
African? Do you have
I ain't
African
got
DNA
no
in you?
African. I got
Okay,
everything else in the rainbow. And if Africans there is at it last, okay.
That's
It's not significant, it's not
another lie.
important.
That's another lie. Some black people told themselves that they ain't African. Lies
let
our
me
people.
let me tell you, let me tell you this. It seems like you people are busy about African, but you people don't have African DNA. You people.
Is
So
this
what?
is this the
Hold on,
old
hold on,
man? Is this the old
hold on,
man? What's your name?
hold on, hold
Are
on,
you Carla? Oh
hold on.
no. What's
When you
that
don't have,
dude's name? The old
when
dude.
you don't have, hold on, look.
No. You don't
Can
get no
somebody speak?
extra because
You
you
be,
ain't telling the
you
truth.
be,
Besides
you
what you're
be
talking
speaking,
about, I ain't
you
giving
be
you
speaking.
shit.
One person at a time. Kidola, make your point, then let her respond.
Look, what I discover is,
Yeah, Condola, I got your
let me speak.
ass.
Let me speak. You've been talking since me. I didn't interrupt you.
All
You know,
right, but I'm helping you out.
don't help me out.
I'm trying.
Um, Tyler, you can become whatever you want to become if that's what you choose, right? But you forget that when you say you want to live in a Tiga, the Caribbeans, these are 98% Africans, and they never deny their African roots. You understand me? So you say you dodging. I call it sub-Sahara. Africa is a very big continent. These are 98% sub-Saharan people. Might be 2% might be mixed with them with white people that took them there. So you were escaping for a shadow, but you're not really escaping for the shadow. So if you go to these countries that you're escaping from, but you're also going to meet a causes who actually based in in these countries. So could I say you can become an Indian if that's what you want? And moreover, the native Indians, they want to say they are actually they really sleep with Negroes. They never have no kind of like sleeping together. The whatever native you have in you, because the white people that were sleeping with the native people, and those white people also at the same time were also sleeping with some Negro women also. That's India become in your blood. Never was a direct contact really with the Negroes and and the native. Is the whites that have this Indian blood because they were dating their women, marrying them and everything. But the Negro never actually married to a native woman. You see, it is only United States that I see Negroes are denying some of their history. It's good. Okay, you can be missed. Yeah, 400 years, mixture will take place, definitely. You know, it's not that, it's not going to take place because if you live in a urban city, like place like, United States, New York, some of these big city, United States, mixture will surely take place for all these years, which is also good. It's a human nature. You can't escape it. That's what it is. But say, oh, we were already here. We don't have Africans. I mean, you're just denying things that actually there, which the white man already quoted. Those that have a mixture in them, it's also good also that might be due to some certain reason, isolation in the United States, maybe that's why they have it. So some were isolated, some were, they were walking around too. So Africa have no problem, or what you want to call it, like if somebody in Africa thinking, oh, you don't want to be African. No, they don't have a problem about that because they don't even know much about you. Or for them to be thinking, oh, why is he leaving? If not for Ghana, that did what call year of return. Let me just tell you the truth. It is Ghana that's really seeing Black America really coming to their country. Other African countries, not really. Not really. If you miss it to a place like Nigeria, nobody really know who you are. And they don't really care to know who you are because there are a lot of people in that place that they don't really know where you're coming from. And so we should just, it seems like Kala is the only Black American actually not making commercial means out of what he's saying. Kala is I think, a history critic and also in reality. But the other ones is now making money. Oh, will you mention Africa? All of them jump into it. People that were criticizing, they are women. Not too long ago, they're not the one talking about, I'm not African, I'm this, I'm that, denilation, everything. It's the new market now in YouTube. And some of them have been listening not too long ago. Some of them run away because they lose if there's no money on it, they will run away. The founder of FBA
Those
have
are,
already run
like
away.
you said, those are lies our people tell themselves.
Yeah. The founder of FBA
And
have already run away from his whole
easy to
channel.
tell himself that he keeps cooking me in the base. I'm like, people want to believe what the hell they want to believe. So
Kala, the founder of FBA have run away from his whole channel because there's no money on it anymore. They they stopped paying him. But what he did now, he now
Tariq,
set up.
you said Tariq.
Yeah, yes, he now
What
formed
happened?
he formed what kind of a channel. Then they now kind of like form a multiple channel, like what they call mosquito type of channel that place some of his people on it, and those ones slowly continue his own kind of jagozy. He only have I think 40,000 subscribers now, but the old one is dead. They don't pay him anymore, and I think this one also they will also kill it because his cup has become more a little bit full now for the white man to take, and you see that's just the way it is. It's only Kala that's the channel that say the truth. He can be critic somehow. He can be so biased or pissed, but he's the only one channel. Thank you, Kala.
Yeah, it's all like it is. I don't candy code nothing. My message and everything. I said like this, everybody's welcome on here, but my core audience is for black men. Black males and men, If you don't get that right, you ain't got no nation. Let me give you an example, Kidola. There's something going on in America right now. You got this guy called Chud the Builder. That's why I don't spend too much time listening to people who hate Africans so much because we got bigger fish to fry. You got white supremacists who are growing in this country in America, and they want something. They want bloodshed. They want us gone. They want bloodshed. I don't know what four rights are gonna do when the bullets start flying. So you gotta make a decision. I'll be out of here if it don't go like that. But anyway, this guy Chud the Builder goes around Kidola provoking black people, calling a nigger, and says don't chip out when not. I hear all these black people talking about collar, you can't let a word bother you, whatever like that. Look, when I was come from in New York, right? A white man says that white boy he get his ass whooped, if not beaten into a coma almost, we had it in New York. This guy's doing this in Nashville, Tennessee, where he knows the Southern laws are going to be on his side. But guess me is this, though. He did that in Nashville, right? Just a little while over there in Memphis, it's a rapper named Pooh Shiesty kidnapped Gucci Man and robbed him, at gunpoint. It seems like black people okay with killing each other. When it comes to the white man, everybody's like, oh, well, you can't let it bother you and all stuff like that. It's just a word and everything. You got black people say the wrong thing or look at somebody the wrong way, and they'll blow your brains away. But when it comes to the white man, that's because we tell ourselves lies all the time. We tell ourselves lies all the time. Oh, yeah. No. The fact of the matter is we're taught to revere white people. We're taught to respect their humanity. But when it comes to other black people, we don't care, So I don't like that. That's not. I tell it like it is. I get up here and say, oh, well, don't get mad at Chud the Builder. Look, I'm waiting for some brother out there, if you listen to the show, to push that motherfucker's wig back. Give that motherfucker a dirt nap, or put him to sleep. Put him down. That's what I want to see, He's going around harassing black men in public and we're not asking for it, Is there black people naturally love? What are you talking about natural loving? That's a bunch of nonsense. I've seen dudes out there, black men, at the gym, whatever like that, families, right? They ain't hood. Whole families break down, start fighting each other in Chuck E. Cheese. Don't give me that shit like it's all hoodlums. I've seen black people, middle class, educated. So if they're all hoodlums, they explain all the right now you got shootings on college campuses, Mr. Smith. You got shootings and gangs on college campuses right now. Bloods and Crips. University of Delaware got Bloods and Crips and all shit like that on campus. Gang members, gangbangers. Don't give me that crap. Oh, it's just that's another thing. Black people lies we tell ourselves. We have a serious problem in Black America with crime.
Everybody got a serious problem. Actually,
no. Black America has a serious problem. Not everybody.
Black America. Really? We're the only one?
Yes. We're the
only one. God, you are wrong, Color.
Hey, look, I'm not.
Condola. Where you at?
Black America has a serious problem with violence.
You went to sleep, Condola.
This idea that everybody's going to know it's Black America.
He went to sleep.
I don't know what you'll be drinking. How many Johnny Walker you be taking at home, lady? You be taking some Johnny Walker for long now.
You are? Who are you?
Yeah, we've been over there.
Who are you?
Man, I'm the king of Bermuda.
The king of who?
The king of Bermuda.
Oh, not me. Obviously, you the king of color.
No, he's a.
Are you the king of color?
He's from the Edo State in Nigeria.
You're not the king of me. The fuck?
Yeah, you are.
You must be the king of color.
You guys got similar voice patterns. Y'all might be related.
No.
Y'all might be related,
No.
Related, so you.
The fuck is wrong with you?
Kala cannot be related to this. I don't know if she's Latino or
I'm not Latino. I'm a Black American all day, every day.
She like a Ghanaian market lady.
What the fuck you talking about, Carla? I'm gonna come get you, Carla.
I know everybody wants to
Yeah.
come get me, man. You know,
I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get your ass. Your
I was like,
strangle.
I be
Your
looking,
hair is fading
I be looking,
fast, and you got a
I be
bald spot
looking
that's emerging and
over
out
my
the
car. I
blue.
go to my
I'm
car, go to
trying to
work.
like scare
I'm
your ass, but
looking
you
over
know
both shoulders. I'm looking over both
you're
shoulders.
You're
gonna
from
get
the
your ass, Carla.
The FBA is
you're
I'm
from
after
gonna
me.
the
get your ass, Carla.
you're
The
from the you're
FBA is
from the
you FBA is
you-
I'm
after
about to put you to sleep, Carla.
the FBA
you're
is
from the
after.
Smoky
I'm
Robinson
putting you
side.
to sleep, Carla.
Yeah, sure. So anyway,
Recognize, I'm putting you to sleep, Carla.
yeah, okay,
How
you
old are
know,
you? How old are you, lady? How old are you now? How old are you now?
What you talking about?
I said, how old are you?
You don't ask me a question without telling me who you are first.
I said, how old are you?
You didn't tell me what you are first.
Well, I'm okay. I'm a Nigerian.
You tell me what you are first. What's your age? You don't tell me first. You don't direct me to tell you nothing. You tell me first.
Okay, I'm 55 years old, dude.
You're 55?
Uh huh.
Congratulations, okay?
How about you? How about you?
I ain't gotta tell you shit.
you you hide it, man.
I ain't gotta tell you
You know,
shit. I'm the
TV
I'm overseeing over your ass, okay?
TV have become your
All right,
friend for too
catch the
long.
fuck
TV,
up.
let me
I'm
ask you a
with
question.
you, but I got to be with you. I'm on top of you.
I noticed a lot of FBA people. They only got problems with Africans. They never talk about Latinos.
I got problems with you too, Carla.
Yeah, but only because I
The
talk
fuck?
black.
You supposed to be my blood. You supposed to be our
Yeah,
bloodline.
well, yeah,
And
but
you are a
I'm
fucking
trying,
trick.
I'm trying
You're a
to put you
fucking snake.
I'm trying
And
to
you're
put you
fucking
over in the right.
confused on who you're supposed to be. Carla, hold up. You need to like look into the irises of the realities of what it is, and you're lost, dude. Catch the fuck up,
Yeah,
okay? Africans are
I'm
not
going.
over us. We're over them.
It's a,
do you miss
Period.
your
hold on.
do you
How are
miss your
you over
boyfriend?
them when
We're
they
over Africans. Period.
the government? You don't.
Do you miss your boyfriend?
Yeah,
Do
like
you
they
miss
got
your
a government.
boyfriend?
They got a government, and you don't. You know they can make deals, whatever. You can't. I would like to know how is Black America over Africans. That's what I would like to know. You know, Black America is like that's why President Muhammad had to come over here and speak up for y'all us at the UN because we ain't got no damn voice, no power, whatever like that.
Kala,
We,
Kala, you know, Kala, let's just be honest. That what what that man did was a little bit funny. You know, Ghana have actually never fought a civil war. Even Ghana have never ever fought anything about peacekeeping. Ghana actually never fought. They're very good with their mouth, in claiming things. You know what I mean? Ghana never went to any peacekeeping nation, fought, or even go to Somalia and fought a peacekeeping war there. So
Mhm.
I'm surprised. How is it that Ghana is now the one championing what do you call that name? This repression of a thing? You know, that never actually look. The wife will never take anything really. Let me just be honest, Carla. The colonization of Africa, the Africa have the independence. The wife will never really take too much from Africa. What the Chinese are doing now, you understand me? Everything was still intact. The oil was intact. The gold mine was intact. The water would not be poisoned. You understand? If the British would have poisoned the whole water, Ghana would never have seen water to drink. Go and check what is going on in Ghana water now. If you ever check YouTube, a whole freshwater stream is being polluted. Fresh
What are
water
you
stream.
talking, dude? What are you talking?
You
My
know,
goodness. What are you talking, yo?
do you miss your
Can you
do you, do
express
you,
what the
do you
fuck
miss
you're
your
talking?
do you miss your boyfriend? That's
No,
what
no,
I'm
no,
talking
no.
about.
I want to know what you're doing, yo. Don't
Do you miss your
distract. I ain't
do you miss your
distracted.
boyfriend?
Catch
Do you
the
miss your
fuck
boyfriend?
up. What are
Do you
you
miss
doing?
do you miss your
What
boyfriend?
are you doing?
All
Your
right,
Period.
husband is
God,
look
check this
hurry
out.
your
up.
husband is look
Tell me
your,
what
All
are
your
right,
you
husband is
doing?
right,
looking
this.
Tell me
You
what
know,
you're doing.
all right, Ash. Good night for righteous. I think she's she's a little off the rocker tonight. Get you know, so.
Run to you niggas, booyaka booyaka, booyaka booyaka. Run to you niggas, booyaka booyaka. Run, 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 booyaka booyaka. Run to you niggas, booyaka booyaka. Government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government.
Now, Kidola, do you think the problems in Africa is the government?
not everything because the people are the government. So if you don't have similar mind like the one ruling you, you chase them out. You
Does
feel
it
me?
really? I came to the conclusion it doesn't really matter what the people think. The government's going to do what the hell they want to do. Let me
Yeah,
get
because
go ahead, go ahead. Let me get go ahead.
because the people because the people if you check other race like Bangladesh that chase their government out and the poor, it's because they don't have the same mind like the government. So if the government is doing something but you don't believe in him, you chase him out. So the people also are there like the government, not even worse than the government, but they have similar mind like the government.
Yeah, let me get focus Dave on. Dave, did you hear? I meant to get a hold of you.
Fort
Um,
Righteous was hurting my ears, man.
what you say?
I
For
said
right?
Fort
Oh yeah.
Righteous
Hey
was
Dave,
hurting my ears,
Dave,
man.
let's talk about our mutual friend Yeke Kolova. You see what he
Nah,
recently
you know,
said?
I didn't keep up with these
Yo, check
guys.
this out, yo. He
Uh,
said it's time to delete Boca.
oh man,
And then he said he's going to Grand Bassa to like gathering people and whatnot in Sino and those other places like that.
now they're blaming the Conga man. It's the
I
Conga
know,
man's
and check
fault
this out.
now. It's the
Now it gets me as Dave, right? Dave, right? Like what I said, lies our people tell. Now
yeah,
I could write a book about the lies Liberians tell.
yeah.
Just bring Elvis up here and whatnot. You want to hear some Liberian lies? Bring Elvis up here. Look,
The Conga man
they
fault.
bring
Oh
yo,
man,
they jailed Prophet Key for cussing the Supreme Court justice, right?
yeah,
Yeka says he wants to delete the sitting president. It's time to remove him. I
yeah.
mean,
And he's ready. And he's out and free. He's running around free.
you know what how insidious this was. I got the full detail of what happened. Guinea
Didn't
was
know
like,
this was
okay,
going on,
hold
man.
up.
I didn't
Guinea
know.
was like, our bad. We're sorry, whatever, like that. They changed out the whole troops that were involved in that, right? Say,
Yeah,
okay, we recognize the border. Yeke went up there to say you shouldn't have done that. That we got to remove Buckeye. In other words, he went to a foreign country and advocated for war against his own country. That's why they expelled him
these
from.
guys are anti. These guys are anti-Liberia, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because
And they need to. They need.
Liberians
They
all
need to
as
give.
more
They
and
need to
more.
give Liberia back to the college Genesis, man. Yeah,
Yeah,
give it back to that.
the bottom line is like these native people want to destroy the country because in their mind they didn't build it, So they just want to destroy it. Whatever, it is what it is. It's like it gets frustrating. But what's going to happen is, I like I said, there's a lot of black people in America moving there, and I'm like this. Look, there's no way I
Look,
can
look.
live in. I could tell
We'll,
Rod.
we'll talk. We'll talk. We'll talk off air.
Yeah,
We'll
look,
talk
our only
about
way
that
I
off
will live in Liberia is we have to have our own armed militias and all shit like that. There's no way you're gonna tell me I gotta live in that country and rely on the city. Because look how weak the freaking government is. You mean you too scared to arrest this one motherfucker?
They made it that way, Kyler.
So that means
a
that
country
shows me that the government cannot
come
protect
for
me.
war, and you put warlords in there in the government.
Yeah, they could. They say this a country in 2003. Ellen Shirley with a gang of warlords formed the
That's what happened.
transitional government. Warlords, criminals.
Her cronies, her friends and stuff, cronies, people she was funding during
Yeah, also like
those
this.
times.
So
Yeah,
this is the aftermath of all this shit, you know.
yeah, that's all her peoples.
Also like this, the
You know,
aftermath.
so
of it.
yeah.
So like I said, I don't know. You know, I don't know. I said we, you know, it's
You
I don't
just
know
throw
anymore. You know.
Yeah, you know, just throw your hands up and say fuck it. You know,
Let's say,
you know,
let's say,
you know, it's like it's crazy.
let's probably have to go some other country and say, look, let's start all over. Let's bring our flag. Let them give us our flag and all that shit back. You know.
But Kyla, haven't I been saying this for months now?
Yeah, let's take our
Fold
flags,
the
you know,
flag
and all that shit like
Constitution,
that.
give it
Hey, look,
to you.
let's officially we want to take the flag, seal, and all that shit like that, and start someplace else. You know?
Yeah, I've been saying it. Now you thinking about it. Now you're like,
Yeah,
hey,
man.
this is focus is saying, you know, yeah.
Anytime I'm looking at a fucking somebody, an outright savage, like as a fucking government official. If that's a government official, I don't want nothing to do with the place. You know?
So you go to another country and advocate against your own. What's that?
And get away with it. That's one thing, but the fact that
that's treason. In any country, that's treason.
If that was Tubman, we had Tubman, you know what happened with Tubman and Barkley. See, Barkley and Tubman didn't play with these people. You know? Tolbert, I said on one child said, yo, Buckers are ended like Tolbert. Everybody say, yeah, you're right. It sounds like the same thing. Deja vu all over again. That's what they were doing on Turbo's time. People running around talking recklessly, you know?
Yep.
And they didn't think nothing of it. Oh, this is just some people talking. And just like it was now, people are shocked that they pull something like a coup off. Because they say, oh, man, don't worry about these boys. Yeah, you got to take them boys seriously, you know? I see the same mentality. You ask them, well, what exactly do you want? You know, there's a bunch of, Buckeye this, Buckeye that, blah, 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 blah. You know, every last person in Liberia accuses everybody else of being corrupt. You know, and that's a justification to act lawless, you know? Because you said somebody's corrupt.
Disrespect the law, you know?
Yeah, I have to be the law. He's corrupt.
I didn't know he did this. I didn't know he did this, man. This is nuts.
Yeah, look it up. Did you look it up?
I'll look it up, man. This is nuts, man.
Oh, matter of fact, hold up. I'll play it. I will play it, bro, for you, Dave. I will play it for you, you know? I will play it for you. You know, I found the clip. I got the clip. You know? I'll play it for you, you know? Let's see. Spell. Here it is right here. Put it up here. This is a fair use, anybody?
It's a genuine smile.
Look, the justice in Chimo have reserved ruling, and he will serve a notice of assignment. Then we'll come. And let me say to my supporters, I'm leaving Mosso Valley County tomorrow. My tour start tomorrow. I'm sleeping in Grand Bazaar tomorrow. From Grand Bazaar, we'll head to the south.
What's the mission in Grand Bazaar?
Well, we declare campaign open for 2029 to delete former President Joseph Boakai for from the presidency. So they
He's still the president. Why are you calling him former president?
Let me make a point. Go ahead.
the campaign have been launched, and we have to carry the message to our people. To delete former President Joseph Yima Boakai from the presidency.
He's still the president. Now,
you want me to talk?
go ahead.
You have the authority to I will call back during findings and then hearing. It was in session that the speaker asked a question.
The people did not. They say the speaker not made that statement. And he post seriously.
He's on video.
He's on video. He's on record. Look, we expect this court to bring justice to the people of this country, not to me. If anybody know any of the justices here, I don't want it to be in sympathy with me. I'm not asking for anybody's sympathy. I want this court to rule in favor of the liberal.
Well, you
In favor of the law. That's my
You have
point.
announced your trip to the county.
I'm leaving.
Yeah, so basically,
So he's talking about deleting people, man. What's going on? This guy.
you don't use that sort of terminology.
Yeah, this guy has to. This guy has to be. Somebody has to go see this guy. Somebody from EPS or something.
He logged the campaign. Is he talking about political campaign so early? Got 3 years left, And so, like I said, none of these guys have any idea about how to fix the country, any ideas about development or anything like that. All it's about is I'm going to contest this election. And like I said, the worst thing that could have ever happened to the black race is democracy.
Yeah.
The worst thing that happened to the black race is giving a Negro a vote. Because what that does is, I never forget, remember Obama's first few months in office, he went to Ghana. Remember that?
Yeah.
And he went over there, and he just kept talking about the secession of governments there. And at the time, I was thinking, yeah, that's right, democracy. He kept saying democracy, democracy, democracy. Then I realized Obama's a clown, What's the heck are you talking about secessions of government? And you just had President John Kufuor and all these other people that corrupt people in Ghana, and Ghana is going backwards and whatnot. But yeah, you talk about successive elections and the rule of power democratically changing hands. That's the most important thing. Democratically changing hands, but yet the people's lives and nothing like that has improved. Like I said, and we just got caught up in this nonsense about democracy,
Kala, I never really found out democracy really in my country, Nigeria. When Abacha was there, Babangida was there, we were getting it good. We were getting it good. The job opportunities were for everyone. But check what these monsters that came in now. They just picking billions of dollars to themselves, and their family.
Democracy in Africa is like this. You give somebody a 4-year term, and that 4 years, he's going to loot as much as he can before he leaves office.
Yes.
And
Yes.
start all this. So when people say, we have a change in government, what's the difference? People are going there thinking they're gonna eat. They ain't thinking about the well-being of the country and all stuff like that. You ain't got people at that level yet in Africa, because it's so desperate. You cannot have democracy in a freaking desperate situation. I'm sorry. When people are desperate like that, man, they're gonna democracy is a joke. And Liberia has a nerve to have congressmen and senators with like 10 and 12-year terms. And it's a joke. Nobody say. I said the reason why you have that. It's like, why is the House of
They
Representatives?
did that, Kyla. They came there and did that. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
because so they can sit there in
Put
power.
on in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so they can sit there in
Like that old man in Liberia actually went for 12 years like that. That old man in Liberia is old, man.
So,
You
but the
know, how
bottom
old is him? Not 80 something?
I think hold on, yeah. I think well his vice president's probably gonna succeed him, in the next election. He's not gonna run again. Be too old. Who should have won was this guy Alexander Cummings.
Nah, they don't like him. They hate him, Kyla. They
They
hate
hate him because he's a
hate
miracle
they
Liberian.
hate
That's all.
they hate Cummins, man.
They hate
Cummins
Cummings.
can't do no good. He
They don't
can't do
care
no
about
good.
his ideas. He said he had a first 100 days. Now he's got his first 100-day plan. I said if only Liberia.
It's good, but they don't like it.
They George Weah with no plan got more votes than him. Now you throw your hands up and like, man, it is what it is. 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 You can't help stupid. Like I told Nack Measy, right?
For me, Cummins the best option. I might not like
Yeah, but the thing
everything
is,
about him,
he's the
but he's
best
the best
option. But
option. But
unfortunately, now if we had
a lot of people don't
if
like
we had
him.
an international committee appointing the leader of Liberia, he would win, right? But when you take it to, they know they rely on the people there, right? You know what Liberia needs to bring? The poll tax and literacy test.
Yeah.
You haven't paid your voter poll, sorry, you can't vote. You can't pass this literacy test, you can't vote. That would basically cut the the polls basically in half, and you have all these dummies. Imagine if you only had people who could read, write, and comprehend voting. But they count on the fact that a lot of people are going to be illiterate. They can tell them anything, whatever, to get their vote, whatever. That's what they count on. So you don't have a real democracy. You can only have a democracy as a founding American when you have a educated public, an informed public. If people aren't informed on the basics of what's going on, you don't have a democracy. This guy Z, he don't like what I just said. I'm sorry, I'm sick of lying to people. But the black race, particularly in Africa, is not ready for fucking democracy.
They're not ready for democracy. If I had it my way, we'll do like you said, the poll tax and the literacy test, and also some form of electoral college where we voting on presidents and
right, yeah, electoral
that's what I
college
would.
with
That's
the
what
what you
do.
call the
add on the electoral, yeah. Add on some form of an electoral
so therefore
college.
it's not mob rule.
Yeah.
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 Like let's say
like
we build
voting.
let's say we built
Yeah.
communities in different counties. Let's say we built a community in Grambassa, Sino, and Bomi, right? Well, the electoral map, right, will give us electors, right, because in equal to the rest of the country.
Yeah, voting is the problem now. ZV. Yeah, voting is the problem. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the problem.
That's a freaking problem.
Big problem.
I'm gonna lie. I won't lie to you. You know what I'm saying? Tell you, vote on it, but we're not making no damn progress. Something got to give.
Look at a country like China. They have 54 tribes. They only got one political party. The Communists.
1.2 billion.
Yeah, billion. Party. Yeah, they get things done. It's funny how in Liberia the True Wing Party got more done than all these 22 political parties we have.
Now. 1,000 political parties in Liberia.
They got more done. That one party got more done than what we got now. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
When they say, we got multi-party democracy. What it is they play tribal affiliation with political parties now. The tribe, you got the UP tribe, the CDC tribe, It's tribe or not,
Yeah.
You're never gonna get nothing done, right? I'm there in 2023. Oh, don't go out, there's some trouble down there. Bloods and Crips? No, the UP boys and CDC boys are going at it.
Oh man.
Yeah, you think about that. Two fucking political parties.
Political party.
Gang banging. That was election year, you know? That was heated. Every night, somebody out there with a bullhorn, you know? That 2023, man, I was like, oh man, this country. And I told all the people, I said, look, man, your future's at stake here. You better vote wisely. I think they did. I think we convinced enough people that Booker edged it out, you know?
Yeah.
Because people were saying, man, I love Opine. What? Life is hard. Yeah, life is hard, man. You know how life is hard, right?
Yeah.
Life is hard. I said, you voted for him, didn't you? Yeah. You out there pro-poor, native, man.
Pro-poor.
I said, now.
I hated that slogan so much, Kyla.
Now, what you call?
Pro-poor. I hated that.
I was talking to St. James last night, and I said, go, would you ever move to Liberia? I said, no. You know, I said, no. You know, I said, honestly, right? I'm not an African like that.
But Liberia right now, you know, it's not ready right now, man. I gotta still.
And so I said like this. They said, you know what they were saying to me? Why do you think you're too good? I said, look, I cannot live with electricity going out every 3 hours. You know, that gets to me. No AC, no nothing for 3 hours, no television, no nothing. Whatever, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, whatnot. You know, and that was actually good. Yeah. I heard in some countries the power be going out for days.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know, I said that's normal to a lot of Africans.
It's not normal. That's not normal to us, Colin.
And also, you know,
I know, man. That's not normal. That's not normal.
You know what's not normal?
It's not normal.
Is the fact that what you got to pay for data.
That's not normal either.
In America, I got a plan, right? A prepaid wireless, right? Unlimited data. I never think about that. And in Liberia, next thing you know, the thing is off. But you got to buy more data.
And like you know what I mean?
I spent more on internet over there than I do over here. A first world country.
Yeah.
You know, I spent more on electricity over there. Something's not right, you know? And the people already don't have no damn money.
You know?
Well, I'm like this. Now, I can't live the African life. And then you got people out there, bro, Dave, 60 years old, still KK and Pen Pen boys.
6 years old trying to get money for school.
I mean, 60 years old out there. Man, it's just sad. I said, but people,
you got 10-year-olds collecting cans.
Yeah, you know,
just trying to get money to go to school, man.
Kids were bringing getting sand off the beach, bringing to the Chinaman, you know, to get the pay for the school fees. That was the first thing I said when I said, "What are you doing out here this time of night?" Oh, we got to get our school fees. I said, "Man, this is
hustling. They on their hustle."
That was 12 o'clock at night.
Yeah, they on their hustle.
And so I'm like, "Yo, that's what y'all call normal." I said, "No."
You know what I mean? You talk about it, you the bad guy. Why you?
Yeah,
no, man, it's not good.
You know what they say? This is Africa. This is Africa.
No.
This is Africa. Whatnot, you know, I'm like, okay. I said, well, we're Africans. So I said, I guess I'm not African.
So because it's Africa, so we should be on some fuck shit. That's what basically you said.
Yeah, basically, when you're African, you got to settle for less. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, Dave, you know?
Yeah, no, it's bullshit, man.
You got to settle for less, man. You got to go without, you know? You got to go without. And I'm like, I thought the whole idea, we're trying to pull Africa up to the first world so we could all benefit. That would be beautiful if all these countries were first world infrastructure. How is that Asia was able to do it, you know, in one generation?
It's crazy how the Chinese man couldn't even make a wheelbarrow.
Yeah.
Out of Chinaman in space.
Yeah, now they're leaving more AI technology and shit, you know?
Yeah, man.
I'm like, what the hell is going on? Vietnam was war torn. Remember that?
Yeah.
Right. So like now, look at Vietnam, man. Freaking modern cities, tall buildings, and shit like that. How the fuck does that happen? Greatness. Well, Nakmeezy, how about this? You get your channel up, and you could do a stream about the greatness and beauty for Black American women all the fuck you want. I don't care about the friggin' that. I want to see our women come up, themselves, and I want to see them act better. I'm sick of telling Black women in America lies. Our community is a fucking mess.
Yeah, community's fucked up, man.
Community is a fucked up mess.
It's a mess.
And I'm sick of lying these women, telling them how great they are. It's bullshit,
Fucked up, man.
So it is what it is. You gotta tell the truth, man. Like I said, I'm sick and tired of the lies we think. What do you think about that? The lies we tell ourselves.
Yeah. the big lie right now we telling ourselves we was already here.
Yeah, we like us, but we lie.
That's the big lie. I saw you with that. That's another big lie.
You going
looking at these guys like, man, you're just wasting your time.
Yo, Knack. Okay, you got 3,000 subscribers. Use them. Do a show. I would more than glad you do a show, and you got your 3,000 subscribers. Use them. Get an audience. See if you can get at least 20 or 30 people a night to watch you, listen to you live. That's the key. And get views. This show right here, the show I did the other night is already hit 1,000 views in 3 nights. Like shit, man. These shows get views right here. These shows in the thing. People listen to this platform. They are. You got people like out there with 10,000, 20,000 subscribers can't get like 30 views on their upload. You got 2 months later, there's still Dave at like 200 views.
Yeah.
You have all the subscribers you want. If you ain't got nothing to say, people ain't listening to your shit, Well, that's what I like Nakmeezy to do. All the stuff he talks about, what we should do with the Black women, I was more than happy to help you out. I'll be a guest on it. You can debate me all you want. I'll come on your show and be a guest. But on my platform, we talk about Black men. This is a freaking, I'm going down with my brothers. Once we get this shit straight, and then you could talk about women and stuff like that. I ain't catering, pandering no fucking Black. And something, and Black women don't respect dudes that always pander to them, They like dudes that don't give a fuck about them. Tell them sit down or go over there and make me a goddamn sandwich, Like, get the hell out of here. They like that shit, They like you tell them what they should go. So that's 4 Black earlier. Yeah. I did I let 4 Black on there with her drunk self talking that kind of crazy shit, What the hell else do you want,
For Black, she need to get her man. That's all.
Yeah, she needs to get herself an African man,
To get her man, that's all.
She need a good Nigerian brother running up in that shit, Yeah. Hey, Dave,
you're gonna make her bad.
Yeah, I said, for righteous, I could see you as a market woman in the Douala market in Liberia. She get mad when I say that. I ain't going to no Liberian college. I said, you going. If I just drag you there myself. I'm going to get you, Kala. I'm going to get you. Is this hilarious or what, man? Hey, Dave, what do you think about this Chud the Builder character out here?
Who's that?
That's a white guy to be going up calling people nigga and shit.
Oh no, this is being a lot. I mean, but we're in the I call it the we're in the age of the digital minstrel show.
Yeah, he got kicked, but I heard they kicked him off kick, and he be sitting there saying nigger, chip out, me whatnot. That's what's called tone policing. If you
think he's trying to do that, it's freedom of speech. Let me get my freedom of speech.
Yeah, that's not freedom of speech, right? Because what happened? What about Drew Ski's freedom of speech, right? They'll try to shut him down. What about when some people was making comments about Charlie Kirk? You were getting canceled. Yeah, it wasn't no freedom. It's only freedom of speech when they're trying to insult us, right?
Yeah.
My point I was trying to make about him is this, right? Notice how he's always in places like Nashville, whatever like that. He would never do that shit in New York.
Are they getting brave to do that now, bro? They getting brave to be coming out here on the
But look what
internet.
he's doing it. And all the dudes he be with, the black dudes, are those soft type of dudes, you know?
They're black
Dudes
immigrants.
like they're soft, you know?
You hear me, Carl? I said they're probably black immigrants.
Yeah, I know. I said the same thing, you know?
Probably that's not.
And the bottom line, you know what I hate? I hate when somebody tries to explain to me like, well, college, just a word. No. Black men will kill each other just for looking at you the wrong. Just to look at you cross-eyed, they'll kill you. You know? But when I'm talking about this white man, they're like, oh, well, we can't let one word, like Jason Whitlock, he's out there cooning for this guy. Talk about why does one word get you upset? But say fuck Charlie Kirk and see what the hell happens. Go out there and say fuck Erica Kirk, fuck Charlie Kirk, you know? I wouldn't do shit. Knack, I've done shit. See, Knack's a coward, you know? Knack's a coward. He wouldn't do nothing. He's a coward, you know? That happened to me. Let me tell you how I am. That happened to me. You come up in my face talking that shit like that. I don't even like people come up to me joking. Forget calling me a nigga. I don't like some people calling me, what up, man? But like, if you too loud when you come to me, I will fucking swing on you. That's just the way I am. You know, people choose their words carefully when they're around me. You know, I don't know what kind of coward ass shit like Knack Beasley leads. You know, when people look at me, my size and my face, my facial expression, I'm a mean looking dude. You know, and I'll act on this shit too. I've done it. The bottom line, this dude come up to me and said some shit like that, I'll break his fucking face. I don't give a fuck about that gun.
He know who to go up to too.
Well, they know.
He knows who to go up to.
They know. That's why I said I
he
never
pick and choose his. Come on, he's not going.
I hear all black.
He's not going to look at me and say that.
That's what I'm saying. Some black men they avoid. Check this out. Hold up. I always hear black people talk. Well, I have never in my life had no white person come to me, call me a nigga or something like that in my whole entire fucking life. Never. They look at me and they walk the other way. They avoid me. They avoid eye contact, everything. I'm not the person you don't do that with. Some black men just look scary and they know who to try. They can feel you. They know who to try. You know, I've never been tried before, you know? You know, I used to tag back in the day. Whatever, Knack. Keep it. Lies, like I said, lies people tell themselves. Oh, I used to tag Colin Jamaica. Okay, whatever, Knack, you know? I live in truth. I don't live in lies and fairy tales, you know? Bottom line is this, you got a white guy come there. I would just not let the motherfucker get away with the shit, you know? And he ran up us on YNs. They were like, I had a gun and whatnot, but they were like, man, pull that shit out, do it, and he ran off. Yo, these little YNs don't give a fuck, you know. He ran up us some YNs and whatnot. He was like, Chip, we don't give a fuck. They were like, yo, fuck you, nigga. When they were like, yo, I was like, yo, see, the whole thing is this. I'm from New York, right? White boys know one thing. In New York, you know you ain't bulletproof. That may work in the South, right? You don't go up to no black man and you're a Puerto Rican guy in New York and talking shit. That's probably one of those places. Nashville's a college town, whatever. Probably some black immigrants, you know. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he knows who to target, you know, because when he says it, a lot of them act like they don't know what he's talking about. You know, you see that one Nigerian chick, Dave? Some lady called her a nigger. She goes, "Oh, I'm a Nigerian." She goes, "Shut the fuck up."
She was trying to distinguish herself.
You know?
Yeah, like, oh, I'm not an African American. I'm not from America. No, you a nigga. The Japanese woman kept reminding, no, you're not gonna jump out.
Yeah, you're stupid. She goes, "You bitch, you stupid nigger." I was like, oh, sweat.
Yeah, I'm like, oh shit,
You're
yeah,
like,
from
well, I gotta
Japan.
get Kidola on the
It
mic
was
on
in Japan.
that.
She was
That
trying
was
to
in Japan.
distinguish herself. Like, oh no, I'm not
What did that happen in America
with
or
them.
Japan?
I'm not a black American, so I'm a
Where'd
Nigerian
that
American.
happen at? Where'd that happen at? That in America or Japan?
I've been in Japan.
So in other words, she went halfway around the world and thought because she's Nigerian. Do you understand? Nigerians got the
What happened
worst
in Japan?
reputation. You know,
She
reputation
and
around the
and
fucking
then
world.
she doubled down and said it. Oh, you're
Yeah,
not
yeah,
getting out of
nigger.
that. You a nigger.
Double down. You're a nigger. You know, you're
She
black. You're
was
poor.
like,
From a poor
no,
country.
no.
They
She
don't
was
want
trying to
you.
get out of it. The Japanese woman was like, no, you're not getting out of that.
Yeah,
You one of them.
because they got more respect for Black Americans over there than they do Africans. You know. He said, "Nigger." When not, oh, I'm not black. I'm not American. She goes, "Look, nigger." I like, damn. She made it clear.
Oh, he got a comment on that, man. We gotta, what's going on?
I
The
said,
world is telling you we all the same.
one
What's going
person
on?
is another person's lie. I don't know what African guys are saying. One person's truth is another person's lie. Yeah, everybody, look. I believe the truth is the truth. I don't believe in that. I believe the truth is not relative. The truth is the truth. And the lie is a lie. No, there's a lot of Black immigrants in the South. They try to blend in as Black Americans. You can't tell. They try to blend in as Black Americans, right? But oh yeah, you know how I remember this, Dave? Never forget this, right? This brought this up. Now I'm starting to put all this together. Back in, what year was this? Back in 05 in Virginia Beach, right? There was this club on this part of Virginia Beach oceanfront. It's called the Block, right? It was like 4 clubs: Hammerhead, Sandbar, and the Edge there. Right? I used to always hang out the Edge, man. Nice bar, whatnot. White, black, where hang out there. Fights, all stuff like that. We always hang out there. I did a couple of security jobs there one night, couple nights on the block too. Anyway, I never forget this, right? One night, this one white guy comes in. This fat white guy is a troublemaker. I know him, right? I said, sooner or later, me and this guy are gonna come to blows, because he always coming out acting stupid, right? And I think he's racist, right? Back then. Anyway, there was this guy, tall guy there, right? Now he had a foreign accent, right? And he kept like coming up to the white girls, whatnot, with his drinks, whatnot. And all of a sudden, the girls kept saying, "This guy's annoying," right? So anyway, these guys come over, him and a couple other Ukrainian white boys, right? Yeah. And all of a sudden, they start throwing ice at him, right? And all of a sudden, he went to the security. He goes, "Security, these gentlemen are." I said, "This dude, like he was like 6'4". He wasn't gonna cry into security. I was like, "Dude, man." I said, "Where is this dude's soft?" They were like, "Oh, they were like, man, we don't give a fuck about this motherfucker. Tell him we Neil was girl, tell him step off, whatever, like that." He was like, "I was just trying to buy the girl a drink, whatever, like that." I don't know what the fuck he was talking about. But now it dawned on me, the difference between a Black American and an immigrant,
Yeah.
And then I dawned on me. I said, these white boys, you know what they were saying? They were like, man, that black dude thought that he was gonna punk the Ukrainian. Hearing the Ukrainian guy talk like this, he probably thought we were just some white boys or whatnot. Yeah, he was gonna. And I looked at the guy and said, I look at this guy like, that wasn't what that guy. That guy's a foreigner. He don't know the black-white dynamic, But they saw a tall black guy and they started messing with him, But then now it dawned on me, yeah, that guy was an immigrant, That's why they was able to get away with that. Because I know some dudes. I know sooner or later, them dudes right there ran into the wrong brothers. And that was it. I know these Virginia niggas down here don't play. They don't fucking play.
The wrong brothers.
They walk into the wrong brothers, whatnot. So a lot of times they be confronting black immigrants, and they be getting they're poking their chest out like they did something. Because black immigrants don't want to make trouble. They want to be nice, whatnot. I see it. They get shitted on by white people. Anytime you see a situation where a dude is getting his ass kicked, he ain't defending himself, he's an immigrant. The brothers from the hood, everything like that here. No, it ain't gonna go down like that. It This Chud the Builder just got the right time to walk into the right brothers, and that's gonna be his ass. They're gonna be his ass, man. They're gonna be like, what? And now that just black immigrants, right? It's also those black dudes that have a lot of white friends. You notice that too, Dave? They basically like, well, I don't want to do nothing because my white friends might be mad at me or something like that.
White too. They forget that they're black and they think they're whites.
Yeah, they hang around white people, so they think race doesn't exist. Then they get the nigga wake up call.
Yeah.
That's what the problem is. These black guys that run around and talk, oh man, this guy's a racist. When I like, dude, man, at some point, if you're worried about your damn what their white friends gonna think, you got a problem.
Yeah.
At some point in times, man, white boys will do that, right? Let's say I knew white boys. Let's say they get, I'm cool with them, but yet they get in a beef with black people or something like that, or something happens at their job. They'll like, they'll be like, oh look, I gotta take a break from you, bro. And they go full neo-Nazi mode and shit, And then you might see them a couple years later after they come out of it. But black people and black dudes that hang around white people, they think they're in heaven.
Yeah.
Just sitting there like, oh man, we got this guy's a bad guy. No, go whip that dude's fucking ass. Then tell your white friends, you look, I know you heard me say some shit, man, and I didn't mean that for you. I know I said I call him a devil, I call him white devil, blah 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 blah. But I'm cool with y'all and whatnot. A real white friend will understand.
Yeah.
But you got too many black guys out there running around thinking they could race don't matter and we got all one people, all this kind of bullshit. And so those are the type of people that get in trouble with white races. Because that's what white people look for. You ever notice they always look for those black guys that be hanging around white spaces to mess with?
Yeah. They don't never mess with the guys. They'll never mess with the homegrown guys, man.
Yeah.
Nah.
They'll go after these dudes that they know, oh, he's cool. He's pegged as one of the cool ones, right? And so we can fuck with him, We can fuck with him because he doesn't hang around. One thing you never do with white boys is give them impressions that you don't like being around your own people.
Yeah, you don't do that.
You don't do that. That's so fucking dangerous. If you want to hang around in that crowd, you'll say, "Oh yeah, I'm going over such and such whatnot," and they're like, "Oh, you hang out there? Oh yeah, I hang out there too. I go here. I do things on that." You let them know that you're still part of your black. You're in your blackness.
Yeah.
A lot of these guys are out there in these spots and whatnot, and white boys resent that because they really resent you around their women. The fact that they think you got to compete with them. They got to compete with you for their women. They hate that shit, So, I've had colleagues ask me to stop arguing with white people, with the white people. Of course, yeah. Don't argue with white people. Don't do that, man. You gotta get over this fear of white people, Z said, whatever an African kid is, generations, even if they live in America, their parents are telling them, "Oh, don't be like them," and they walk around like nerds and they're targets. They walk around. Oh, just be nice. Don't talk like the Black Americans. Don't be like them. You come from this, right? And they're ill prepared to deal with the reality of race in this country. That's what I'm talking about. They're ill prepared to deal with the reality of race in America. And then when it does happen to them, they're like, "Oh, sweat, man. We didn't know." I guess the black people in America wasn't crazy. I guess they knew what they talked about. Yeah, but that dude Chud the Builder is gonna get his wig pushed back. Sooner or later. I would love for him to go on tour with that shit. He just stays in that one area, Nashville. Said, I'm gonna go out to California. I'm going to New York.
He didn't come to New York and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Nah,
I'm gonna go to Florida and whatnot. Motherfuckers be waiting for his ass. You know,
I don't see him coming out.
no, he ain't gonna come to New York.
I ain't
So,
city.
you gotta be. The thing is about these idiots with these live streams. When I heard they make pretty good money, doing those stupid things, those pranks. Because people send them donations and stuff like that, like super chats and all that. Oh yeah, you want to see me do this? You want to see me call him nigga? Like, yeah, do it. And you're pushing the envelope, and then sooner or later, like I said, this guy knows who he's messing with,
He's just messing around.
So see what he can get away with,
Yeah.
And also
Testing the waters.
he carries bear spray. If you spray that stuff on somebody, man, that's a felony.
Yeah, that stuff is bad.
You know something? What people don't seem to understand something, right? And it was like this. I don't know how, maybe in the South, right? People, when you go to trial for something like this, right? The defense attorneys, prosecutors, judges, grand jury are going to look over the evidence thoroughly. They're going to say, how did this happen? All they're going to do is look at this guy's track record, him provoking people and stuff like that. And they'll toss that shit, especially if you come to New York where you do got black people that sit on juries.
Yeah.
And sit on grand juries. Stuff like that. And sit on circuit courts and everything like that. You got black people in the clerk's office and whatnot. Yeah, you could get away with that down in Nashville, right? Come to New York and do that shit, Because the bottom line is this, you get shot and killed, they're going to look at you like, well, how'd this start? First of all, tell everybody what happens if you get caught with a gun in New Jersey.
Oh, yeah.
You might as well try to set fire to the Pentagon.
Yeah.
Check this out. In New Jersey, there was one chick that had a license in Pennsylvania, right? She was on an exit, on an exit ramp, I think Philly, but goes into Jersey, somewhere like that. I don't know what it was, right? The cop pulled her over on the Jersey side. Same ramp,
Yeah.
Pull over Jersey side, you got a weapon, facing 10 years. Perfectly legal in one state, but she was all she did was do a roundabout. And part of the roundabout went into Jersey.
Oh, no, you don't play, yeah.
And the bottom line, and they would not drop that case, man, Jersey will make an example out of you carrying a gun. That's why I'm always scared. If I ever have a weapon, go to New York or not, I would have to send it up by FedEx, right, and meet it up. There's no way in the world I'm gonna be on that turnpike, right? With carrying a weapon, And no way in the world I'm going to Jersey Turnpike with no weapon. You a Jersey, man. They I think New York is bad too, but Jersey.
Now, New York is terrible. New York is terrible.
I think Jersey's the worst though. As far as weapons, Jersey's the worst. For some reason. Because New York, you got a weapon, it's usually in the city, NYPD. Upstate New York, they don't really bother you with guns, I mean, it's just in the city. But Jersey, it's the whole entire state. You don't get caught with no gun whatsoever. Don't even do it, So I don't know what Chud the Bill is gonna do. He won't bring that shit to Jersey because he can't carry a gun up there, African guy says, not all African parents, but I have heard usually born back home gives terrible advice. Be nice, don't always work. You must tame. Yeah. Africans always tell their family, oh, just be nice. Don't say nothing. Just get that degree and whatnot, And what gets me is, these same African kids grow up and they get picked on and bullied and everything like that. And I know for a fact, majority of people that's bullying them are not black. They're probably Mexicans and whites and shit. You know what I'm saying? But it seems like Africans only remember when black people do shit to them, I know for a fact because when you have a freaking African kid, he got the glasses on like a nerd, whatever. He's like, one thing you don't do is just like that Carmelo Anthony kid. Remember him?
Yeah.
He looks skinny and weak, right? If you're black and you look skinny and weak, what happens to you?
Oh yeah, you get fucked with all the time.
Yeah, So the bottom line, that's what you have in America. You got these white guys running around and they're looking for those type of people like the Carmelo Anthonys, and the people that they look like they could bully. And so that's what they do. They size you up, They're not going to take a chance with somebody like me, They're going to take a chance with a full grown man, that's almost 6 foot tall, and built, big and whatnot. They're not going to do that, That's too dangerous. They're going to look at the Carmelo Anthony types, the skinny types, Steve Urkel types.
Try to get over on them.
Yeah, so they play that game when not. But the audience, all they're seeing as they don't distinguish between any type of black guy. They say, "Oh, he went up to a black guy." That guy could be a friggin' first generation Ugandan. Oh, you told that nigga right. He probably somebody from Zimbabwe. Here on a student visa. And you picking on him.
Yeah.
Like you do something. So it doesn't matter to them. The optics is you just basically punked out a black man.
Yeah, that's
They're
it.
getting something out of that. I don't know what it is. They're getting something out of seeing black men being punked, and they're rejoicing. He's like a folk hero now. A lot of whites supporting him, saying, "Oh, he's our hero now. He's our folk hero now." So
doing the Lord's work.
He's doing the Lord's work, messing with black people. I say, okay, where are you seeing these so-called African kids? You could tell them, man. You could tell them a mile away, Z. Yeah, the Harry Potter African type. African kids are not known to be tough or masculine and stuff like that. That's just it is what it is. That comes with the territory. Y'all come over here like y'all want to be model Negroes and whatnot. That comes with it. What comes with that is you're a target. Talk about UK African community. So it is what it is. Talk about the UK African. I'm talking about in America. In America, immigrants tend to be nerds, and just they make themselves an easy target. And then next thing you know, what happens is white people make the mistake walking up into the wrong black man, and that's it. And that's it. They look for people. They look for weaknesses, and a full of African kids. What African kids in the NFL, bro? You know any, Dave?
Now they got a lot of Africans in the NFL.
They are okay.
A lot of
them. Probably now, yeah. Some of these.
They play a lot of defensive positions.
Yeah, so
a lot of defensive positions.
Yeah, but the majority of them are not in the NFL, bro. That's the
majority of them not in the NFL though.
That's the exception, not the rule. Don't know about the U.S. Yeah. I'm telling you, Africans, we know about the America. America is no other country in the world has this problem. You ever notice that, Dave?
What problem are you talking about, Colin? Like
people think. Let me give you that one. Actor Tim Allen, you know what his big thing was a couple of years ago? You know what he wanted to do? He says he was arguing for.
What he was arguing for?
He says that he wants to be able to use the N-word.
Why?
I have no idea. That guy's a scumbag, he's a conservative, whatever. He says, why shouldn't white people be able to use that word? Now, you got millions of dollars in the bank, got everything for it. Why is it? And he was adamant about the fact that he wanted to be able to say the word without repercussions. So that's what you have in America. But in Europe, places like that, they don't talk about on that level.
Yeah.
It's on a different level. There's talk about other things. We're not only in America is this conversation even possible. Should white people be able to say the N-word? No other civilization talks like this except for low down America. You heard me when I was debating NACMeasy on America.
Yeah, I've heard a little bit of it, but I didn't.
I said I gave this fool a choice. I said NACMeasy. If like the movie The Box, you ever see the movie The Box with Cameron Diaz? That was a good
No,
movie.
I didn't see that movie.
That was a movie. It came out in 2009. It's a really good movie, right? It had the guy Frank Langella in there, the older guy, that used to be Dracula. He was in there. Anyway, he showed up at their door. He says, with a box, right? He said, inside the box is a button. He says, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to give you 3 days to decide. He says, if you press the button, right, you will get $1 million, right? But yet 3 people are going to die. So the family thought about it. So finally they hit the button, go into the movie details. Anyway, I said, Nat, if you were given a box and they said, NACMeasy, if you hit this button, all white people will disappear in America. Every black person will get $1 million. Would you do it? The nigga said he wouldn't do it. Now, me personally, I don't know. I would have to sit back and think about it, Dave.
Yeah.
NACMeasy immediately said no. Then I said, dude, man, you said that awful quick. No possibility. I said, dude, tell me all black person in America would get $1 million in reparations from slavery, and white people will be wiped off, disappeared.
Something
to think about, right? Yeah. Oh no. He think about it. He said absolutely not. I said, there you go. And this is a guy that wants to debate me on whatnot. Like he's cooking me and whatnot. So it is what it is. No one of people, just popular ones, made it. Not one tested any black or African kid walking around. Look, dude, Z, you're not tough, man. Come on, you are not tough. You are not tough, bro. Y'all are not tough. Y'all, whatever y'all are, man. Y'all model Negroes, whatever like that. But toughness, y'all gotta leave that alone. Leave that to us, man. What you kill for money? I don't know. That's something I would have to long and do soul searching and think. I couldn't give you an answer right away. But one thing you ain't gonna get from me is say absolutely not. That ain't gonna happen. I would have to really sit back and think about it. I have to consider everything. What about the white people I'm cool with? What about this? What about that? You gotta think about it. I got to think about it for a second. I can't just, yeah, man. I don't know. But something to think about, though. Something to think about. Would you do it? Would you pull that button, press that button? See, I seen them fight. Haitians are not soft. Whatever. I guarantee you, most of the people who are victims of racism in America, racists are freaking Haitians and all these other people because they're scared of being deported. A lot of them here illegally. They're scared of being deported. They're scared of getting in trouble. So that's the sad part about it, Brother Z. They're terrified of getting deported. And so they're going to basically sit there and take the white man's shit, But tonight's show, the lies our people tell. I think, can you think any more lies, Dave? I'm saying to myself, I talked about the lies we tell ourselves and everything like that. Hey, Dave, what about the lie going around that black women are most educated? So, I think Dave went to sleep. If that's the case, folks.
Hello, hello, hello.
Oh yeah, okay. What do you think about that? What I'll say was,
No, I'm saying I don't know, Kyla. I don't know in what way are they educated? Like
well,
who are
what
they
it is
educated?
it started with this idea.
Who the education benefit?
Oh, hold on,
Who
hold
does
on.
it? You know?
This is what happened. About 10 years ago, they did a thing where it said about all the Democrats enrolled in college, junior college, everything like that, by percentage, right? Black women are 6% of the population. Black women have the highest number compared to their numbers of people enrolled in college.
Okay.
The number of white men in college is still like 30 times the amount of black women in college. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
By percentage of the population, black women have more people going to college. Don't mean that they're graduating more or advanced degrees and everything. The enrollment numbers based on population is actually higher than everybody else.
Okay.
The aggregate is still very low. The overall number of black women in college is very low, you know, but compared to their numbers in the population, the numbers of the community, the numbers of people attending college in that demographic is high. I said, oh, black women are most educated. No, they're the most enrolled out of their own group. But black women took that and ran around with it, saying they're the most educated. And we've been going with this lie for the whole time, you know? Just like I was telling Mufasa the other night, he's about mass incarceration. I said, I don't give a shit about mass incarceration. Why don't you? Because it doesn't affect me. You know? And I said, less than 6% of the black male population in jail. Why is that our problem? You know, everybody's problem. Lies
Yeah,
out
that
people
shouldn't be
tell.
my problem. I'm not in jail.
I'm not in jail, so the fuck I care. You know, and that's
I
what I
don't
tell
care
people.
about that shit.
Stop letting people dump all their bullshit on our laps, you know?
Well, you know, too, black people too, Kyla, they be worried about the wrong things too.
I know, you know, they're worrying about abortion. What the hell do I care about abortion for? I'm not planning on having nobody having an abortion. How's that my issue, you know? I don't care about the LGBTQ. That's not my damn issue.
A lot of black people, they be worried about the wrong things,
But the
Kyla.
immigrants come over here, the black immigrants, they be worried about the right thing and they be getting shit done.
Yeah.
You know? Black people in America, we're worried. Look at the agenda for Black America, police reform. What the fuck does that mean? You know? You know, the only thing you have to do with police reform is get rid of qualified immunity. That's it.
Okay.
That's the only thing that you have to do, you know. Other than that, policing and all that stuff like that, I don't see what you mean by police reform. Police are gonna keep doing what they're doing. That's what they do. They rough people up. They arrest people. They stop them for it. They do all that shit like that. That's what they do.
Yeah, that's what they do. They ain't gonna stop
Yeah.
them.
The only thing that keeps them in check is qualified. They could be liable if they do something wrong. That's all you need. But when they talk about defunding the police, so in other words, basically, we're just going to turn the community over to the criminals, you know? And when your car gets broken into and whatnot, damn, what happened? Well, you know, nightly patrol. Well, y'all talk about defunding them. That's what I said. They get emotional. Defund the police. We don't need a police department. Are you fucking crazy?
No, we need a police department. That's nuts.
But
it'll be chaos.
How we
if you get rid of the police department?
You know, when people say, "Carl, would Afghanistan have police?" Oh yes, yes. Not only would
police, sheriff,
we have everything.
State police,
security units, whatnot.
Security. What the hell
units,
are you
all
talking
shit
about?
like that is going to be heavily armed. The Afghanistan will be heavily armed.
Yeah, Tyler, tell them SOS, security or security.
Yeah, we're gonna have security on top of security. You know,
these guys are nuts. These are people that don't believe in law and order. They just want to do everything.
Yeah. So bottom line, that's why I cut people away. because people would love to come into my platform.
Anarchy. They didn't want to bring
Yeah,
anarchy
this is not a platform or movement based on anarchy. I'm basically like this. What do you think about what I said? I said I build my platform for black men.
Yeah, collar. Yeah.
And I say, well, what about the? I don't give a shit. You know, I mean, you got women listen. Yeah, African goddess listens. You know, real women support us. You know, because they want to break. They want to sit there and rest and see there's men out here talking. See, white men are talking, having these conversations. Chinese men are having these conversations. Everybody else, only the black man is like, let's bring the women along and see like this. You know, other men are getting together and building. And then when you start building stuff and building stuff, your women will come to you by your side naturally.
Yeah.
I get people like Nat Measy to understand that shit, you know? Men got to get together. Yeah, I want to build with my brothers. That's why I talk to young brothers and whatnot. You know, I want to build with my brother. I want to see what's on your mind, what's in your head. I want to be an inspiration. You know, I ain't gonna sit here and be like, "Well, the sisters." When I say, "Well, okay, you want to do it, then you take your channel and you basically talk to the sisters. You know, have fun." But this is a black men movement. You know, the College Nation is a black men movement. And then when we do get to start doing moves on the continent, right? There can be no goddamn women involved, none whatsoever. You know, Dave, I beg to disagree with you. Want to call us talking point and just one? What are you talking about? I have to beg to disagree. One of titles. What is he? What? You understand what this person's saying?
What do you disagree with me on?
I have no idea. I beg to disagree. One of callers talking point. I don't know what the hell.
Which one? What do you disagree with?
Don't you hate that when people just randomly talk shit
Yeah,
and not
just
clear about what
disagree
they're
with
talking
me
about?
for no reason. Disagree with Kala. I don't understand that.
I don't know.
No, let us know. We need more help.
No, Nakmeezy. This is like the She Man club whatnot. We're freaking for men here. You know, that's what it is. That's movements for men. You know, I don't want to talk to women. You know, this is time to talk to women, man. You know, time to talk to men. You know, this is a movement for men because it's ultimately going to be men who decide should we have a nation going forward, right? If I put the if I put the friggin' out there, right? Let's have a poll. Should we build an Afghanistan or Spain in Africa? You're gonna have a bunch of four righteous women, you know? That's what you'll have. but if I have nothing but black men polled, right? I know like 90% of people saying, I may not be getting involved, but I'm not gonna get in your way. I'll support it, whatever, like that, you know? And that's all I need. You know, that's all I need. You know, that's all I freaking need. You know, all I need real men. I mean, not just freaking males. I need men. You know, I want black men who have their own job, run their own business, head of the household. You know, stuff like that. You know, I don't want these men that if you're sitting around all day, a woman taking care of you, and you're going to get on some sort of discussion with me. No, I want to be with real men. That's what it is, man. Real men. This is a man's movement, you know. Going forward, man, Dave, I want to be able to negotiate for our people, but I want to know that our brothers back me up.
Yeah, that's true.
You know?
Yeah, need that.
That's what I want. I want to know my brothers back me up, you know? And so that's what I want. I don't care about, you know, what Bunquisha thinks or, you know, or all these other people think out there. When I don't care about the men, you know, the men in our culture and men in Black America, because nobody fucking gives a shit about black men. You know, I said most advanced societies are the ones where women have full rights. Oh, I believe women should have rights. I don't know whoever said anything about women not having full rights. You know, But you got to understand something. Those rights were given to them. You know, those rights were given to women by men who secured that. Japanese women are the most privileged women in the world because they ancestors, the samurai, the shogun, the friggin' Japanese army, military, imperial army and whatnot, and the Mitsubishis, all the people built the infrastructure and society and gave them that. Women didn't build Japan. It was Japanese men. The elite societies and the bureaucracies. The only group of people sitting around thinking that women are going to help build a society is black men. And that's why we have nothing. Men got to get together. Like the Japanese man got together. Just like Mao Zedong got together, and built modern China. Men got to get together, and say, this is what we want. We don't have that. Not only that we don't have with us men, but who's at the table, Dave, with us? The homosexual.
Oh no, we can't have that. We can't. They can't lead. They can't lead us.
Homosexual, the radical feminists, and all those other people like that
can't lead us to the 21st century.
We need a table of nothing but straight heterosexual black men, deciding a future for a movement. That hasn't not been done since the Nation of Islam and the Garvey movement. And those two movements were formidable. You want to know why we haven't had that in a long time? Those movements were formidable. Like John Johnson, we put Ebony Magazine. Those are black men that came together. The first black banks. Those are black men who did that. When black men get together, when we start making it a community thing and all stuff like that, that's when it got lost. Black men need to come together again and start building. That's a one thing I always say, because you got women out here that you don't know who agency with. They could be working as agents of the white man or the Pookie, whoever like that. Ruling shit is not right. Is what you mean? What are you talking about? African guys, what rights do I have in Nigeria that you don't have? Yeah. Women got rights all over the freaking world. I don't know why women always act like they don't have rights. There's no society in the world except for Saudi Arabia. Let you go to Saudi Arabia and these countries like that where women are restricted on what they do and whatnot. For the most part, women are freaking what you call women out there got rights. What are they talking about? Unless you're in some Islamic society, women got rights. So what society that we're talking about oppressing women? Nobody's talking about oppressing women. Oh, it is what it is. It is what it is. I'm so sick of hearing that shit. Oh, women don't have rights and all stuff like that. What rights don't you have?
They always say they got rights.
What rights do they have? What they don't want, what they want is privilege. And us to just shut up. It don't work like that. Don't goddamn work like that. Like I said, the political parts of the Democratic Party. I don't see nothing as a black man that attracts me to that movement. What's on the table for me? Nothing.
Yeah, nothing.
All these political parties, nothing's on the table for me. Black men should be so organized. We have businesses, infrastructure throughout the world and whatnot that we want to protect. As the Jews have, the Jews have the B'nai B'riths. You heard them, Dave?
Yeah, what you say?
The Jews, they have the B'nai B'riths, the Jewish Defense League. They have all these organizations and stuff like that, the World Jewish Congress, all this stuff like that, right? Controlled by Jewish men. And the result is they got infrastructure, businesses, and all that shit like that in the Jewish world. Of course, women, they marry Jewish men. The only thing people need to understand is if we're building, we're not, eventually the women that we marry are going to be black women. Mm-hmm. So they marry, Now, some people say, well, what about your black American women? Look, it could be the fact that our Black American women, they might be so far gone.
Yeah.
You know, and we got to look for another Black woman. You know, we got to look for Cameroonian women. We got to look for Liberian women. We got to look for other women to carry out our build our nation with. You know, it is what it is. You know, we're not going to be hostage to people who don't want to be part of us. You know, simple as that. You know.
Yeah. 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 Basically that's what you got to do at that point.
At that point, all options on the table. We say, well, Kala, man, we build an Afghanistan. We all want to come. There's like 5 million of us who want to come there, but we got no women. Hey, trust me, any one of these African women in the surrounding countries, you know, what do you think they're gonna
Yeah,
say?
they see them skyscrapers going up. They coming.
Oh, they're coming. You know,
They're coming.
women
They
are
not.
coming.
They
You know,
not.
women are coming all over. You know.
They see that. They see one or two buildings go up.
And guess what? A new nation, a new bloodline, a new seed will be created.
They
You
coming,
know,
man.
and that's the best way to integrate into African society, right?
Yep.
Marriage, right? That solves the problem right there. Well, y'all not being part of Africa. Oh yeah, we are. If 70% of us marry local African women and take on some of their customs and whatnot, isn't that integrating African society?
Yeah.
So we got problems. So I know that Africa is doable. The only thing standing in the way of people like, oh man, black women ain't gonna go for this. We're not worried about the goddamn black women. You know, we're gonna get this territory. We're gonna get this land. We're gonna do it. You know, the last thing I do, we're gonna do it. And since we got solved that problem, right? No women. Okay, it's fine. We're gonna keep building. They're gonna see roads going out, infrastructure, and the guarantee is, imagine you create a state where never again where people have to worry about power blackouts, failure, whatnot. You think a lot of women that live in Liberia and Ghana ain't gonna want to go for that?
Yeah, they gonna dip. They gonna go AWOL in their country.
They're like,
They
oh,
gonna
look,
go
my
AWOL.
motherfuckers up here. Yeah, you're gonna have every African woman trying to be with us, man. You know, so the bottom line
They
ain't
go
working.
AWOL.
And the black women in America be sitting there. Oh man, y'all couldn't deal with a real woman. No, we don't want to deal with your real woman. You know, that's why we're going overseas. You know, y'all can't deal with a real woman in America. Blah blah blah. Said run away to another man's patriarchy. What's wrong with that? You know, women do it all the time. You know, what is wrong with that? Run away to another man's patriarchy. We're building a patriarchy. Simple as that. Nation building. You know, a right wing movement, right? You know what right wing means? That we're centered around the military, business, corporations, police, courts, all these things that make the infrastructure work. That's the right wing, you know, and stuff like that. So the gentry, the right wing, you know, another group of women to build your nation with. It said, is this no, no, no. The bottom line is this: African goddess. A lot of our people, we came from America. We didn't come from all different same tribes. Some of us came from the Congo, and you came to America, the Haiti and Bahamas. You may have somebody that you married that was from the Ashanti region. So it is what it is. The cycle continues. Now look at Dave right here. His father's Black American. His mother is a Bassa lady in Liberia. They're both still Black. That's the way we do it, you know. So long as the damn woman's Black, that's all we care about, you know. I was sorry, Black women being put down. Who's been Dave? Does this sound like we're putting down any women?
And that's what no, they want to be a part of the Afristan, Kyla. They want
Yeah, but
they
hold
feel
on. Are we
like
putting down?
they feel like
Hold
you're isolating them, and the black woman's feeling bad.
on. Yesterday on a conference call, St. James a clown asked Afro Theory, "Would you go to college Afghanistan?" And she was absolutely not. I said to myself, you know something? Maybe you wouldn't be qualified. I didn't say it to her, but maybe you wouldn't be qualified to come there anyway. You know?
Yeah.
I am not going to be the type that People think, oh, black women in America. Look, just like I go to Liberia, I had the time of my life being around African women. I could do the same thing when in Africa. These women don't want to be part of down the program. That's fine. Stay here in America. Or go find yourself a Nigerian husband or not. This basically is a movement of black American men that say they want a future outside the ripples of America, right? And that means to understand when I said they I'm withdrawing from America, right? That means I don't get excited about the stuff that America also. Everybody's like, "Oh, the Super Bowl, blah blah blah, the Grammys." I don't care anymore. I don't even, Dave. I don't even know who these celebrities are half the time. You know that?
Me either.
I don't pay attention enough. That's when you know you're withdrawing. You know. When I was into America, I was into everything. Oh, rah rah, America, blah blah blah. Now I'm like, I don't care. The Olympics is going on right now. I don't even know what the fuck who's winning or whatever. You know that?
Me either, man. I don't know who the hell. I don't know what the hell going on either.
I don't know who the hell. I'm not paying attention to the NBA.
I don't pay attention to
I'm not paying
that.
attention to the NBA. A lot of us are withdrawing. It's a funny times in Black America. A lot of us are really, really withdrawn from this culture. I mean, we may be in America, but we're just estranged from this country. And I'll watch you move somewhere. I'm not moving nowhere. But at the same time, I'm estranged from this culture. I just, like I said, I love doing this show. I meet new people on this platform. I got my family around me. When that's all I need.
Yeah.
All I need to go any place for. I'm not isolated, happy. I'm not isolated, happy. Fatherland. My late Caribbean husband followed me here. That's good, African goddess. See, you got a Caribbean husband. Has a Caribbean husband. Everybody, look. Main thing is you got to find out where you're going to be happy at. I just think it's time for Black America, Black men, to be our own master of our own destiny. I feel it in our gut. I'm looking at these fucking clowns running this country. Dave, you think we could do better?
Hell yeah.
So what do we need these fucking people for then?
Hell yeah, we could do better.
Yeah, so just like I said, I try to tell Nakmeezy that, no circumstance. Look, we do not need fucking America. We do not need white America, That's what my whole point. What do we need them for? March said most Black American women are with Black American women, so they need to fuss about this. Also, most Black Americans are not going to Africa. This is online BS. Yeah, you're right. We don't want everybody. All we want is if we can peel off like 5% of the Black American population, support this. That's all we need. We know the majority of people will be stuck right here in America dealing with white men. Right, Dave? We're ready to start something new. I'm ready to get part ways with the majority of Black Americans. I'm ready to part ways. Y'all want to be Black American, but that's fine. We're building a new reality, a new future, a new nation. Those of us who want a new nation, we could be a tiny minority, but we should have that right. So that's what I believe.
That didn't come along. Don't worry. So
Of course they will.
when you're building that,
As soon as everything is up and running, they'll be right there. Oh, let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. We kick them right in the head. Yeah, get the hell out of here. I don't see where America is going to. I really don't. The amount of racism every day. These people on TikTok telling us how they hate us. Who wants to live like this shit? I'm like, you got the hatred out there and everything. I mean, man, it's getting really bad in this country.
It's getting real bad. And it's like the racism is increasing throughout the generation. You'll think it'll die down, but it's increasing.
No, actually, I'm looking at back in 2000, right? 2001. Those were fun times. I remember that movie that guy Afro Man was like because I got high. I remember I
Yeah,
used to hang around blacks, whites, everybody. We used to go out to the club, the bar, everything like that. Everybody was cool, you know. You always think racism is going to get better, but it's gotten worse. We're at like 1930s level of hatred.
yeah.
It's getting
It's
worse and
like it's
worse.
reverting back. Like it's like as the generations are getting more racist, the kids and it's like that.
You got the Gen Zs and whatnot. These white
Like
kids
somebody
are
like
fucking
Nick
racist as
Francis,
hell.
like that. This kid's in his 20s. He's an arch racist. Nick Francis, 20-year-old, 25. They're arch racist. You
Yeah,
know?
he hasn't even lived. I think he's 27.
Yeah, like
He hasn't even lived yet. And you don't
yeah.
understand. I don't want to
And
live
he's
around
and
black
he's and
people,
he,
you
he's,
know?
sa- he's like David Duke 2.0. Just
You
the
know?
whole thinking.
I'm
Like
like,
that.
God damn, man, you 27, you ain't lived yet. And you talk about black people should be
You
put,
know what I mean?
we put out to pasture and all that shit like
Yes.
that, you know? I'm like, God damn, man. Y'all
Damn,
motherfuckers.
niggas like that,
I'm like, yeah.
nigga.
So this is what you're up against, man. This is the future, you know. I don't call African savages. I call savages savages. Some of them just have to be Africans. I don't call African savages. I call savages savages, you know. And people are savage, they know who I'm talking about, right? Well, you're black American, African, whatever, white, whatever like that. I call white people savages too, you know. I don't like savage behavior, you know, savage culture. I think a lot of white Americans are a bunch of savages, you know, to be honest with you. Don't take it personally.
Yeah, those was fun times, Kyla, man. People was trying to get together,
Yeah, everybody's having
you
a good time.
know.
Yeah, look, up until social media came out, it wasn't so much. It was like not just social media, but the last 7 or 8 years. I don't know what happened because even up until like 8 years ago, people were online, but they really wasn't online. You know what happened? The age of the app. You know, the app. You know, before you had to get online, you had to log your computer. Remember the AOL?
Yeah,
Yeah, you
yeah.
have to go through all that to get online. You know data center. And Dave, I'm thinking about building a data center. I might call you, get advice about
Yeah.
how to build a call. We're trying to build a call center next. You know. Anyway,
You know.
what you call? Remember you had to get online, get
You have
AOL.
to get
You
online,
had to
get your
click a lot,
AOL. It had the little CD-ROMs. You load it up.
right?
Do
Like
the
yeah,
free
the
time.
green button, you had to turn
It's
green, and had to go through all that just to get online.
yeah.
Now people can post stuff within seconds. The notifications on your phone. And before you
Nonsense.
can even say,
Nonsense
"Oh,
before.
it's in your pocket. It's in your car while you're driving." That's what's making people crazy. You know, too much information coming at you, and that's what the problem is. You know, the apps when the apps came out there with the Facebook and the damn Instagram and all shit like that, TikTok. That's where the problem came in. You know,
Yeah.
and the algorithm thing. You know, that's what all this the problem is. Before, when it was just online, you had to get on your computer and load it up and all stuff like that. It wasn't that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You had the dark web and all stuff like that, but you had to sit there and say, you know something, I'm gonna spend 20 minutes trying to get online. Nah. And then you'll have days to cool off.
Yeah.
You have a cooling off period about you know what I'm saying? There was some sort of distance between you and the information and the World Wide Web. Now there's no distance. This thing is in your pocket.
It's everywhere. It's
It's
everywhere.
everywhere. You know, people communicating with you when you don't want to be communicated with, you know? So it is what it is, you know? Yeah. Yeah, the African is Boys Town, you know? Because it's going to be strong black men that's going to be building, construction workers, all these other people building, whatnot, you know? Men got to start building stuff. You ever see these old movies where, man, they set down a fort somewhere and they're building for it, but just nothing but men for years. And then
Yeah.
finally a woman comes by and they're all whistling, hey. But that's what it was, or the pioneering forces,
Yeah,
Men went out
they be out in the woods, they be out there building. The women
building,
will come later.
after they pioneered building, then women, and everybody starts settling in there. We need pioneers. We need real. I'm trying to pull the real man out of our brothers, right? The pioneering spirit that we once had. I don't expect women to be down with this. They'll come after the fact. We need men that's going to be pioneers and get together in brotherhood. That's what it is. That's why I want to talk to you. I just want to talk to my brothers. That's it. This is a job for strong black men and everything like that. Anyway, I'm tired, Dave.
All right, man. Good night, man.
I'm out, brother.
All right.
Hey, Dave, are you on Telegram?
Telegram? No, I'm not on Telegram.
Yo, download the Telegram app. Get on Telegram, man.
All right.
Huh?
I'll let you know. I'm gonna let you know.
Let me know. Get on Telegram. You on WhatsApp?
I know WhatsApp.
What's your WhatsApp handle?
I'll text it to you on Facebook.
Yeah, text me your WhatsApp information.
All right.
All right, brother.
All right, later.
Peace.
All right.
You asked me if Africa is welcoming the African. Why? And if they there to trade, they there to do business or fellowship or something like that, yeah. Citizenship, no. If they there to do work and stuff like that, they want residence and whatever like that, or become a citizen, no. It's only for Black America. I want Black American men to finally have something of our own. Everybody else is just a guest. All right, John, thank you. Wait, folks, this has been a good night. If nobody else is coming up, I'm gonna go in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, folks. Good night. Y'all have a good night. I'll see you on a few days. I'll probably take off tomorrow night. I'm tired. Y'all take care. Have a good night. God bless you. Thanks for everything.